good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depends on your time and your location that you are joining or you are going to watch Biafra TV platform later in the day or anytime. That is why I said, or I use that word, it's a morning greeting from my end. So depend on your own time. Take it, if it is morning, afternoon, or night. I salute you and I greet you. Still wishing you happy Xmas as we continue to celebrate. And also, still here to wish you happy New Year in advance as we are moving towards 2 days to enter 2026. We are wishing you all this from here. Yes, I see my first person on this comment section this morning. I greet you. Mwabu Udoka, good morning from my location. I salute you. Happy New Year in advance. And also, the word, compliment of the season. I greet you. I send my greetings to my leader, my president, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Good morning, sir. Good evening. Good afternoon. I also send my greetings to my Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, and also my Prime Minister, Simon Ebanjoko. My warming greetings to you all. Accept it from me, your humble servant, Biafra TV. My regards to the people of the world. I see Bishop here this morning. Good morning. I see Amy Justice from all the way from Turkey. Moisa from here to you all. I welcome you this morning. As we are here to let the world know the lies of British, the denial of Biafra in 1967 to 1980, or to find out, to prove to you that the British lied against the people of Biafra. Level of lie British level on us is why the world see us as they still believe in those lies. But we are here from this week henceforth to debunk the lies of British with their own secret documents and things they write down in their movement of denying Biafra and all the activities of British. Why Biafra is not a country, but there is over 10 countries that has emerged after stopping Biafra, claiming that the Biafra will create more countries in Africa. Because of what? Their evil agenda. Because of what? Their selfish interests. Because of what? The British grieve and the envy, jealous over our own God-given mineral resources is why British denied Biafra. And then the same British create over 10 countries after 1967 to 1970. And we are going to prove to you those countries that British claiming that if Biafra becomes a country, that Biafra is going to create more numerous countries in Africa. This level of lie of Frederick Lugard and his prime minister, they lie to the world. And when even the world comes to intervene, they chase them away because they are in control of the UN. This is the same criminal UN that are corrupt to the last minute of the UN. All the corruption of you see in the UN was being corrupted by Nigeria and the Britain today. When they use that woman called Amina Mohammed, who are useless lady, sitting on the seat, and the atrocities, life are being wasted, being damaged, being destroyed every blessed day. But we are here to prove to the world, to prove to America, Canada, prove to Australia, prove to Russia, prove to every countries in the world, and even in Africa, even in EU, even in AU, even in Commonwealth. We want to prove to them the lies of British till today. With their attention Why they suppress Biafra down? Because what Biafra has, no country in Africa has that quality of the mineral resources. We have it in two ways. We have oil, we have palm kernel. These two things is only the selfish interest that makes Britain deny Biafra, stop, work against, do diplomatic movement in the entire continent of the world that Biafra will never become a country. Why them themselves create countries that they feel that they do not have natural resources? So today, if you are an Igbo man, in fact, if you are from old Eastern region, and when we talk about Biafra, you become angry. Your stupidity, your ignorance could not allow you to face the reality that is on ground. I am sorry for you. Because in this 21st century, we are back. We have made our declaration. Stand on it. Our declaration happens November the 29th, 2024 in Lahti, Helsinki, Finland. That is where we gather to reactivate. That is where we gather to do what? To re-declare Biafra and claim our rights and take our position. We are here today to let all of you in the content of the world to know exactly why that Biafra is not a country. And with all the evidence around, you, the world, you, Sweden, you, Norway, you, Iceland, despite your wickedness in time of war, Iceland, their rule is very dangerous towards the war, the rule they play against us. When you see a video of a white man who points a Biafra man to Nigeria to kill this Nigerian soldier, to kill this Biafra man, was person from Iceland, was moreover the most important wicked people that British used against us. Iceland, very wicked people. Iceland is very, very satanic, very demonic. Iceland, their rule in Biafran war, they are the worst. They are the wars that colonized the British to stop Biafran people. When we are talking about Biafra, you will see some people, they refuse to read the history, they refuse to research on their own to know why that Biafra is not a country. Rather, you will see them making mockery of themselves, people like Jovica. That man called Jovica represents British in our time. Honestly, anybody, all those Okan, Southeast governors, they are the current British that tried to colonize us, but we said no to that. That is why we stand up to make our official declaration and make it mandatory, that we want the world to know that we are not going back this time. We cannot be reintegrated back into terrorist country called Nigeria. That today their visa to America has been banned. They are on a country of particular concern in the world. We can never, never go back to Nigeria again. And we are not from Nigeria at all. David Umar and all of them, yes, thank you so much. They represent Great Britain in our life, and we will pull them out. These Biafran people you are seeing today, these 21st century Biafrans you are seeing today, is not those you think at that time. And our movement this time around, it depends on the legal movement of remedial succession, whether you like it or not. That is external remedial succession under the UN Charter. That is our argument to every continent in the world today, and we'll stand on it. Because it is our right to govern ourselves. It is our right to choose our country. It is our right to choose those that are going to rule us. This is who we are. And it is mandatory that we have come to take this particular mandate, to let the world know why. You British lie to the world that having Biafra as a country will generate many countries in Africa. Now, the question is, after 1967 to 1970, Has any country emerged in Africa if they claim that they don't want more country to come out in Africa to avoid they said is that to avoid numerous countries in Africa under secession? Could you imagine that we put those that have the territorial integrity their border in danger? Pure lie. The interest of British is what I am going to prove to you, and why Biafra failed to become a country from that day to today, and that is why you are seeing all this that happening in the world and also in Nigeria today. The denial of Biafra by British is causing the pains that people are going through today in Nigeria, in Africa. And Africa is down because of the denial of Biafra. African people must rethink why that Biafra is not a country. Those that after Biafran war that got their independence to ask themselves why Biafra is not a country. When you start asking this question in Africa, in EU, anywhere at all, then you will start finding an answer. What British did to African people, because we are the power of Africa. We are the light of Africa. There is no doubt about that. Africa remained under perpetual darkness because of what? The denial of Biafra as a country. These are the things that has called for an answer, called for a question that at this stage that we all must start asking and proving to the world the lies. Russia, we want to prove to you today the lies of Britain against us. We want to prove to you America fully, which you know more, for you also to know that we have know why they denied Biafra and lied against us. We also let the world Canada to know that Israel, you already know, but we want to inform you more. Finland, the devilish Finland of this 21st century. We also want the evil Alexander Stubb to know why Biafra is not a country and why Simon Ekpa is fighting to liberate his people back. And today, with all the evidence, it has been proved that he is an innocent man. Him and the man Nnamdi, and all the Biafrans being in prison in all over Nigeria prisons. These are facts and figures. We come here with evidence, not so. And the evidence we come, we stand from your voice, and what you people has recorded before is what we have researched and bring out for the world to know that the why that Biafra is not a country, and the why those lies they said they told you against us to prove that it is not true. That is only because of interest of economy. The same interest of economy that today makes Finland to arrest and prison the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra, Simon Ekpa Njoko. That is why we are here to prove to you. It is not just those lies they told you. There is ulterior motive. The interest of economy is the only reason why that British allow over 5 million Biafrans to be wasted and massacred in that genocidal war, and British covers it up till today. The time has come to let the world know the truth, and it's only on this truth that we will use to destroy Nigeria. When Mazen Kanu said, "I will use mouth truth to destroy Nigeria," and British today is happening. All the evidence is out there for us to realize and for us to see that he is right in all he's doing. Stay here, sit here, as after some minutes, we are going to prove it to the world. We want the world to know. The question is, after 1967 to 1970, does any country emerge from Africa at all, whether under colonial regime or personal countries like Namibia, Eritrea, coming out from South Africa, released Namibia, got their independence from South Africa, Eritrea got their independence from Ethiopia. What happened to the Biafran people's own? What happens to the Biafran people's own? Why did the British play it down till today. Why the British never allow us to go? Why UK? Why London? Till today, still maintain on that their stand. And we have taken oath, swear that we will never allow it to lie low anymore. The world will hear it clearly. So when we decided the other way around, now we are going through legal, no armed struggle. We are going through pen and paper. We are going through diplomatic. We are going through political. We are going through legal to achieve Biafra. And we waited for time because we cannot wait like people of Somaliland. We cannot wait for 4 years anymore. No. We are not going to wait for 10 years. No. We are not going to wait for 5 years because we have suffered from 1967 to 2025. How many years is our question to the world? How many years? And now, our eyes is opening in everything. We have opened our eyes to make sure that we take our rights and what belongs to us. That is why we are here. To let the world know the truth, and debunk the lies with evidence. Because after Biafran war, after Biafra, after denial of Biafra, after the lies of the Federico Lugard and his prime minister, that's Biafra, we create many more countries in Africa. After that, how many countries has emerged in Africa? Namibia emerged from South Africa, 1990. 1990 and yes. Officer AJ, good morning. Woke Ezike, good morning. I can see you. After between 1990 and 1967, which one is the senior? As an example, which one seniors? Who is the oldest? We are going to prove to the world that this denial of Biafra, because of selfish interest, of economy interest of British, that bring that sword, one Nigeria, that we can never accept it anymore. And we want to let the world to know, remember that because of oil and palm kernel, that is why British allowed over 5 million Biafrans off their life and still continuously today offering life of the people of Biafra. From old Eastern region, we have said, we have taken oath that we will never go back. That all we need is United State of Biafra recognition. We are not going to wait like people of Somaliland. We can't, because we senior them in this movement. We come up for 34 years. We cannot. We will take it by force. The way we take our declaration by force, the way we take United States of Biafra declaration by force, is the same way when we, now that we are written to the entire continent, the 5 executive of the 5 security executive of the Council of the UN, we have written to all of you officially, and the government of USB has written to the office of the drug lord Tunumbu to know that Biafra was re-declared November 29, 2024. We can't go back anymore and we can't wait anymore. The killing of our people, the injustice, the abuse of rights, the inhuman treatment, we want them to know that we cannot back down. We cannot back down anymore, because it is our inalienable right to have our country, to decide those that will govern us and those that will rule us, and implement our own land, our own culture, and our own history must be there in the world. We are sending message to the people of the world to know that Biafra becomes a country in 1967 to 1970. After the denial, reintegrating us back to Nigeria was the most bad thing that ever happened in our life. That is why we are facing inhuman treatment, abuse of rights, kidnapping, killing, genocide, intimidation. Today, no good road, no good life, no good hospital, nothing good comes from the certain called One Nigeria that was amalgamated in 1914. We can't have it anymore. We can't endure anymore. We are giving the world 2026 to grant Biafra international recognition, or what will become out of Nigeria, what will become out of Africa, what will become out of Africa, out of the world, will be what no one we expected, because we have prepared ourselves more than the way we are in 1967 to 1970. The Genuine Biafrans must fight, make sure that we end one Nigeria that means a death sentence to every indigenous people. We need to increase on this level, hashtag one Nigeria, death sentence to every indigenous people. Allow Biafran peoples to go. We must continue on hashtag. We must let the world know that the meaning of one Nigeria is a death sentence to every indigenous person. To also use that name to prove the ongoing, continuously genocide that is happening there. Donald Trump, we want to thank you for all you are doing, but that wasn't enough. That is not the last solution. The last solution, now you come on 25th and bomb the area, they come out and kill, use bomb to bomb the indigenous people in Biafra state. So, the main thing is that what is the everlasting solution? The everlasting solution is the disintegration of Nigeria. Is the everlasting solution that you should look for. How? Biafran has proved it to you. Now we have United States of Biafra government that are taking care of the people of United States of Biafra with effective government, permanent population, a defined territory, capacity to sign agreements and treaties with everyone with every country in the world. We also have that thing that makes Britain deny us the access, the oil. If from 1967 to 2025, British cannot finish the oil, what Chukwu Okabiama give us cannot be finished. And for that, you keep us suppressing us down. British, UK, London, we are warning you to leave old Eastern region alone. We are sending warning to you and your parliament or whatever you're being called, that time has come for you to leave old Eastern region. Or what will become of you next year? Your own children will start a protest that will drag all of you down. We are watching. Is it that thing you sold in 1967 to 1970 to 2025, UK, London, England, you will repeat back? The massacre, the genocide, you will experience it, because that small snake that you harbored has grown up, has rose up to swallow you. You will face the genocide that the Biafran people faced. Your children, your daughters is rising up. And this way we're asking question. Why you deny Biafra? In the same way they're asking you, why you handed Britain, why you handed London, England, UK, everything Britain, why handed it over to these people that we are fighting, they are killers today? Your children is asking this question every blessed day. And that is also the same question we are asking. What is our crime? That Chukwu Okabiama give us mineral resources. That is our crime. And we are here to let you know that we can never go back again. We only want our country. Bridget Okafor, good morning. And Celeb Choose, good morning from here. Please join us, like and share the program. We are seeing your comments. Keep it coming, because it also proves to the world that what we are saying, that our people understand it. That is whenever you are commenting, remember, on this particular program today, the world sees that, yes, the people understand what we want and why we need it. We want the world to know that this time around, that the lies of British is in the open. That's why we also here to join the world to open the history why British denied Biafran people their freedom. They never want Africa to rise. Why? Because keeping Biafra down is keeping entire Africa down. Denying Biafra is a denial to the entire Africa. That is why they want to press us down every day. That is why they're bringing us down. Professor AJ, preach on, Biafrans have died enough to be independent on their own. Yes, that is why we are here. That is the message we are sending to the world. We are not going to wait like people of Somaliland, though. We cannot. Because we have waited from 1970 to 1970 to 2025. How many good years that we are waiting? But we take it that from over all these years of waiting, that this time around we have come back in our senses and form our government and make a full declaration that the United States of Biafra becomes a country in Africa that are seeking for international recognition. And we are not going to wait for this international recognition for so long. Yes, we are no longer interested. One Nigeria. All we need is our country, Biafra or Biafra. Yes, United States of Biafra or United States of Biafra. Make it open, let the world know. We can't wait anymore. Over 100 years, amalgamation has expired since 2014. That is why I said we cannot wait long time, or we do the otherwise. The present Biafra this time around, even when you go to the comment section, only the comment of our people on the comment section prove what we are doing and that we understand the risk, and our life has been risked over all these years. So we can no longer allow this intimidation that we are facing every day of our life to continue. We will not. And today, we have a government that are very effective, that are controlling the affairs. UN, with my research, our document is in your office. EU, our document is in your office. Commonwealth, our document is in your office. Every body, organization that are leading the world, our document is in your office. It's not there for you to keep it, but it's there for the action of only one thing: international recognition for the United States of Biafra that was declared by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze precisely November 29, 2024 is when the Biafran people rose up, made this official declaration of United States of Biafra as an independent sovereignty that are seeking for recognition. We are not in the line of the so-called agitation of IPOB. That era has gone. Today, we are a country with a government that are very, very effective into diplomatic and legal aspect of it. My people of Biafra, I want you to know that your government is in awesome with the alliance. They are with closest alliance they are using. Our matter is in every office, in all the appropriate authority, in all the appropriate quarters. our document has reached to the heaven, and Chukwuka has already signed that our recognition is coming fast approaching. Next year, the world will be shocked. Enemies will cry. They will cry, had I known. By next year, they will cry, had I known. Those who call Ngozi Fulani, Ngozi terrorists, though they are going to cry. You know, I'm here always to warn you about this, had I known that is coming. But as you are shying away from the truth will also shy away to disgrace you from now to next 2 years. Remark this word I said, from now to next 2 years, the truth that you shied away from will bring you to disgrace you and put you to where you belong. Yes, we call on all the continents of the world. We start from the UN, EU, Commonwealth, all of you to know that Biafra has been re-declared, that we are only here to seek for international recognition for the people of United States of Biafra. We are asking Israel also to do the needful. You have recognized Somaliland. Give us our own, as those who believe in Judaism and the Christian country that are going to help you and America to stop those that are attacking you always, because they feel that you are the head. You know that Biafra becomes a country, now it becomes a country, that recognition of Biafra will help to end all the killings that are going on right now, and you will balance, because when any movements, when anything happens, we will stand on our feet to make sure that we join with all of you to defend humanity and make the world a better place. That is why Biafran recognition as a sovereign state fully under the eyes of international law becomes one of the most miracle things that will happen to also save humanity. To also do what? Save humanity. We want to serve and protect humanity to make the world a better place. That is why people of Biafra must be granted our international recognition from next year. It is very important. We want to celebrate next year with international recognition of United States of Biafra as a country that was being denied, that the lies of British must be exposed as we are stepping into 2026 to let the world know why Biafra must become a sovereign state. To let the world know why Biafra must become a sovereign state. It's also to end up the I6C, like Rawa and all the groups that have built Nigeria as their safe haven. You know that when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was shouting, raising his voice, let the world know what's going on, they said he's a warmonger, he's a criminal, he doesn't have a job, he's this, he's that. But what happened? All his promises have been fulfilled. You all can testify to that, that all the words that come from Mazen Nnamdi Kanu today has been what? Fulfilled. That is why we are calling the entire world to grant us recognition, because the recognition of Biafra is going to be an eye-opener to Africa, that there is many things that the world are being losing behind. That is why we are here to give it to the world, for the world to know that people of Biafra understand what we have to do to achieve our international recognition, and it's in the hands of you countries. Yes, going to our topic today, we have led a preamble for the world to know why Biafra is not a country. Not that because of we did not meet the criteria, no. Look at it here from official AJ, my brother, he said Somaliland is about 6.2 million people. Why Biafran people is about over 80 million population, proving that the world effective, that the world permanent population is real, is reality. The permanent population of Biafra is not claimed. in our self-referendum vote that is in the office of the UN right now, as I'm talking here, proving over 50 million Biafra voted with evidence, video, document, and everything. It's all over. That is why we can't wait. We can't wait so long, because we have died enough. Biafra has been killed enough. Inhuman treatments must stop. So let us go into the document of why Biafra is not a country. 1. Then we now prove that after our declaration, countries like Namibia becomes a country in Africa, got their independence, and they become a country. Many more other countries that we are going to prove to you today that they marched after Britain, used England to lie against us. That's Biafra will create many more countries in Africa. It's going to put many territory disputes. And why you created to those that you find out that they did not have what we have. We are dying. The killings of Biafrans is because of what we have. Not that we want to take over someone's property. We are dying because of what we have. That is why British, England, UK, London colluded with Nigeria to continue massacring of the Biafran people, suppressing us down, arresting our leaders who is fighting for us to leave. Keeping Mazanakan in prison, Simon in prison. If when we talk, they will come against us. We are not afraid of being kept in prison. More you arrest 2 people, over 500 will rise to defend our cause. Over 500 Biafrans we arised, and we have arisen to let the world know. It's not about arresting Masan and the Kano. It can't kill the ideology. It's an inborn, it's in our blood. We born with it, and we cannot deny the fact. We know that any time in this world, there is good and there is bad, and we are experiencing it. Before I go into it, countries has emerged in Africa. Countries has also emerged in Europe. Many countries has been coming out. Listen to this. Guinea-Bissau, 1974, got their independence from Portugal. Mozambique, 1975, African countries got their independence from Portugal. Cape Verde, 1975, got their independence from Portugal. Comoros, 1975, got their independence from France. Sao Tome got their independence from Portugal, 1975. Angola, 1975, from Portugal. Seychelles, 1976, from United Kingdom, Ndiobu Angobra, London. What of Djibouti, 1977, France? What of Zimbabwe, 1980, from United Kingdom? But the people of Biafra own dies. Then 1990, Namibia got their own from where? From a country called South Africa in Africa. What of Eritrea? They got it from Ethiopia. Today, Somaliland has finally freed themselves. From where? You know. From where? I said, occupation section, you know now. Somalia to Somaliland. And our own is one that British denied and put allegation on us. But all these countries that got their independence, British did not block them. White people becomes our problem from time immemorial, but we are going to prove otherwise this time around. Hello, good morning from here. I greet you. Thank you so much. Happy New Year, my brother. Yes, Bishop, from Somalia. They have proven that remedial secession is right of the people. They have proven to us that remedial secession, external, is the right of the people of Biafra. That's Somaliland, the recognition from Israel, is a signal to the world that Biafra deserves to be a country. That Biafra deserves to be what? To be a country. So, before we go into this, reading these documents, we want to let the world know that we know why Biafra is not a country. We want to know why. We are going to prove it to you. Why Biafra is not a country. We know. That is why we can raise our voice to let the world know that what we are passing through, that we understand it clearly. That is no longer where you can think that you can deceive us anymore. The interest of why Biafra is not a country is the documents I want to play to you. You know how we do it here. We will play it 2 times. Then after that, we will be playing and holding and doing it to explain it to every layman understanding why Biafra is not a country. Listen to hear it clearly. Listen so you can hear clearly why Biafra is not a country. If the voice is coming out once I start playing, please, my people, let me know.
During the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970,
The voice is coming out clearly? The voice I play right now, is it coming out clearly, my people? Because we are sending message to the world, so we want it to be loud. So whenever they, okay, thank you so much.
the British government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, was the most influential opponent of Biafran independence. While the UK publicly framed its stance as a commitment to African unity, declassified documents and historical analysis reveal a more pragmatic set of motivations. Britain blocked international recognition of Biafra for 3 primary reasons. 1. Protection of oil interests. The most significant factor was the massive investment in Nigerian oil. At the time, Shell BP, a joint venture partly owned by the British government, had invested roughly £200 million in Nigeria, with the majority of the oil fields located in the eastern region, Biafra. Access and royalties. Britain feared that if they recognized Biafra, the federal military government, FMG in Lagos, would nationalize British assets or cancel oil concessions in the rest of the country. Energy security. The 1967 Six-Day War in the Middle East had already disrupted Britain's oil supply. Maintaining a steady flow from Nigeria was considered a matter of national security. 2. The One Nigeria Doctrine. Britain had spent decades constructing Nigeria as a single entity during the colonial era. They viewed a united Nigeria as a for maintaining British interests across the continent. The Balkanization fear, the UK, and many leaders in the Organization of African Unity, feared that if Biafra successfully seceded, it would set a precedent for tribal secessionist movements across all of Africa, leading to the collapse of many newly independent states.
Do you see the
Cold
lie?
War containment.
Do you see the lie of British against us? Do you see the lie that British manipulates out and let the world believe on it? That is why I first mentioned names of countries, even under colonial era, that got their independence. If Biafra is going to generate many countries in Africa, other tribal, the way they put it, what of those countries today that I mentioned, over 10 of them, that got their independence from different areas in the world? What is that? I don't know, a country. Who is it? Biafra that bring them out? We want the world to see this lie. Remember that this lie they give to all of you. I remember in a document that Sweden want to intervene. I remember that America. I remember that France. I remember many countries in the world who want to intervene, who want to end it, to put this fire, to ask why is it happening. And look at this lie they told you. It's because of interest of oil and gas. It's why that British massacred the genocide war that take away over 5 million children in Biafra land. We will not forget, and we will never forgive Britain. You see UK, you see England, you see London. If you are there, and that is their manipulation they use against us, is working on you, and we are talking down on our declaration, I am sorry for you, because the outcome will not be, there will be no mercy. After this rapture, there will be no mercy. After this rapture of Biafra, there will be no mercy to any human being who turn against our declaration that Biafra should not be a country. You see people like Vavika, they are going to die and burn where they are. They are going to run away like people of America who run away to British because of their evil they committed against America declaration.
Britain wanted to ensure Nigeria remained within the Western sphere of influence. They feared that if they didn't support the federal government, the Soviet Union would fill the vacuum, which the Soviets eventually did by providing aircraft to Lagos. 3. Diplomatic maneuvering at the UN and OAU. Britain used its diplomatic weight to ensure the conflict remained classified as an, quote, internal affair. Blocking UN debate, Britain and the US successfully argued that the United Nations should not intervene, insisting that the Organization of African Unity, OAU, handle the matter. Since the OAU was strictly committed to the, quote, sanctity of colonial borders, this effectively guaranteed that Biafra would not receive formal recognition. The Commonwealth. As the former colonial power, Britain's stance influenced other Commonwealth nations. When 4 African nations, Tanzania, Zambia, Gabon, and Ivory Coast, eventually recognized Biafra, Britain dismissed the move as a threat to regional stability. The human cost. Because Britain refused to recognize Biafra and continued to supply the federal government with arms, they were often accused of complicity in the resulting famine. While the British public was largely sympathetic to the Biafran babies seen on TV, the government maintained its support for the blockade, believing a quick federal victory was the only way to protect British trade and investments. Would you like to explore how other world powers, like France or the Soviet Union, reacted to the conflict?
I will play it again without saying a word before we are going to explain it to our own way of understanding it purely. Let's continue. Are you not in shock why Biafra was not being a country? Not that the Ojukwu did not do anything possible. He did on his own capacity to make Biafra becomes a country. But look at this London, UK, England that you are hearing today. Look at all their effort against us. Why Biafra is not a country? Because of common interests of oil and gas to enrich themselves. Because of their greed, because of their big eye, because of their envy, because of their jealousness. That is why we are still dying till today.
During the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, the British government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, was the most influential opponent of Biafran independence. While the UK publicly framed its stance as a commitment to African unity, declassified documents and historical analysis reveal a more pragmatic set of motivations. Britain blocked international recognition of Biafra for 3 primary reasons. 1. Protection of oil interests. The most significant factor was the massive investment in Nigerian oil. At the time, Shell BP, a joint venture partly owned by the British government, had invested roughly £200 million in Nigeria, with the majority of the oil fields located in the eastern region, Biafra. Access and royalties. Britain feared that if they recognized Biafra, the federal military government, FMG in Lagos, would nationalize British assets or cancel oil concessions in the rest of the country. Energy security. The 1967 Six-Day War in the Middle East had already disrupted Britain's oil supply. Maintaining a steady flow from Nigeria was considered a matter of national security. 2. The One Nigeria Doctrine. Britain had spent decades constructing Nigeria as a single entity during the colonial era. They viewed a united Nigeria as a for maintaining British interests across the continent. The Balkanization fear. The UK, and many leaders in the Organization of African Unity, feared that if Biafra successfully seceded, it would set a precedent for tribal secessionist movements across all of Africa, leading to the collapse of many newly independent states. Cold War containment. Britain wanted to ensure Nigeria remained within the Western sphere of influence. They feared that if they didn't support the federal government, the Soviet Union would fill the vacuum, which the Soviets eventually did by providing aircraft to Lagos. 3. Diplomatic maneuvering at the UN and OAU. Britain used its diplomatic weight to ensure the conflict remained classified as an, quote, internal affair. Blocking UN debate, Britain and the US successfully argued that the United Nations should not intervene, insisting that the Organization of African Unity, OAU, handle the matter. Since the OAU was strictly committed to the, quote, sanctity of colonial borders, this effectively guaranteed that Biafra would not receive formal recognition. The Commonwealth. As the former colonial power, Britain's stance influenced other Commonwealth nations. When 4 African nations, Tanzania, Zambia, Gabon, and Ivory Coast, eventually recognized Biafra, Britain dismissed the move as a threat to regional stability. The human cost. Because Britain refused to recognize Biafra and continued to supply the federal government with arms, they were often accused of complicity in the resulting famine. While the British public was largely sympathetic to the Biafran babies seen on TV, the government maintained its support for the blockade, believing a quick federal victory was the only way to protect British trade and investments. Would you like to explore how other world powers, like France or the Soviet Union, reacted to the conflict?
I hope you listen to this. Now, as you are listening to this, what is it coming to your mind? Honestly. One of goes, good morning from here. Happy New Year in advance. Sometimes when I play this document or in my own time to meditate on it, honestly, I cried because of interest of oil. Hey, Cosmas, Ede, good morning from here. Sorry. Thank you so much. I can see you. Because of that is why we are calling on America. That is why we tag those people they even use against us. We are calling on France. We are calling on Israel to know why we are dying. And the only reason why Biafra has never become a country is because of our own God-given mineral resources in old Eastern region. What we have is what they're using against us to press us down. That is why they deny Biafra, because of know that Ojukwu did not meet all the criteria. He met every criteria of Biafra to become a country. But what happens? Because of what? Just interest of a white man. That's why we are asking every entire continent that are not UK, London, and British and England, whatever you may call them. We are asking all of you. Do you not have idea of this document? Could you people also, are you also benefiting from this oil? And even though you are benefiting from this oil, instead of you to benefit this oil in a right way, why all of you join hand to benefit from this oil in a wrong way? Benefiting this oil on top of the blood of over 5 million people that could make up a country. Somaliland, that today is a country, is over 6 million. Not even. And look at it. After all these killings of the Biafran people through genocide, this war, today we still have over what? More than 80 million Biafrans. Are we not enough to be a country? Are you telling us that we are not enough to become a country? We have proved to you that we are a country by adding up on additional adopted protocol of the UN Charter, Article 2 in bracket 4, under remedial succession, which is external, that it is our right. And that is why we went to Finland on November 29, 2024, to make our official declaration, to let the world know that we become a sovereign nation. A declaration of a new country, make it, number one, local sovereignty. Now, we are looking for international sovereignty for those who do not understand what sovereignty is all about. In the quest of sovereignty, you don't need to control 1% of your territory. Under Montevideo Convention 1933, you don't have to control even 1% before you become a sovereign nation. You might be they said you can become a sovereign nation with a Geneva Convention that you can under paper, pen and paper. That is not where we are. We are in everywhere. Pen and paper, we are there. Document, we are there. Permanent population, we have. Defined territory, 40 states. Government, United States of Biafra government, level of and cabinet members. Capacity to enter into relationship, we have, because we have what we can give to you, either. What you are looking is what we have, and that is why British is killing us, sponsoring Nigeria. Till today. What is our offense? That God created us, put us where? In our own territory. And put you where God. You have to go and blame God if there is a blame. That why God did not put you in the oil region. You go and blame God. Go and question your creator, not Biafrans. We can't be your creator that you are putting down. And you are killing us every day. So press us down. You think we will not talk? You think we will not talk? And you think we will not find out these histories? When you write it and hide it there, and people will come to social media, start arguing what they're not supposed. If you see anybody who is arguing about sovereignty, please lead him to what Biafran people are passing through after the war and the secret of the war. Let him answer stupid questions they're asking all over every time about sovereignty. Fools and idiots that are asking for you claim you declare country, well, you not control 1%. Thunder fire you. I have proved it 2 days ago and yesterday that sovereignty does not need 1% before you become a sovereignty. Yes, British Royal Company has expired since 2014. That is why you see all these things. It's also an evidence that the denial of Biafra becomes the main key problems that are going to be facing through today. We will never forgive. You see UK, you see London, you see England, you see this Irish country, Iceland, they committed atrocity. It's their military precise that British use to buy our people. They are the one that trained Nigerian military through that genocidal war against the indigenous people of Biafra. We must continue.
During the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, the British government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, was the most influential opponent of Biafran independence. While the UK public...
Are you hearing it? During the Nigeria Civil War, 1967 to 1970, the British, led by Prime Minister Howard Wilson, the evil man. We need to dig down to know this Howard Wilson, where his family exact from in Britain. Because we must send that family this document of the crime that their father has committed in the past against humanity. We must research for this family to know the part exactly where they are. And the government of USB have to send direct message to the family members what the crime that their father committed, that they must pay for it in due time. A white man is evil. A white man is Satan. White man from anybody I see from Britain, from England, UK, London. This is how I see them as Satan that like to suck blood. Even though sometimes Satan will say, no, I don't want this blood, though. This one is too much. But British can never say that. And they are the one who claim that they bring present to us. Could you see such a people with their evil agenda? And our people are myopically today continuously acting on this without asking themselves, who are we? Why are we in this way? Why are we not a country like every other countries in Africa? Why are we not? Because of interest of a white man, they said, was the most influencer operating of Biafran's independence. They use him to press us down. Officer AJ said, Nigeria does not have any sovereignty. Yes, Nigeria are operating illegal since 2014. Over 100 years amalgamation experiment or explanation. The outcome of why British, we are letting the congressmen of America, we are letting the congressmen of any country in this 21st century to know why our document is in your office. That we want to prove to you the lies that British told all of you, or writes to all of you against us, or wrote to all of you against us. That is why we are here. To let you know that we are taking our freedom. We are taking our country back from the hands of Britain, that they should leave us alone. We are taking that yardstick, that template that Namibia took to get themselves out from South Africa. And we must do it. We must achieve it. These are the areas we set example. We look for histories that are repeating into the movement that we are into. That nobody have the audacity to stop us unless we decide to stop ourselves. You see this Prime Minister of Great Britain, Howard Wilson, that is the senior brother of Satan, because he masterminded to make sure that Biafra did not have independence. Why the UK publicly framed its existence as a commitment to Africa unity, that if Biafra becomes a country, that Biafra is going to create many more countries in Africa. We are coming to ask them a question. Peter Eddie said, the so-called Nigeria president rules them with just about 9 million majority votes on the population of the 3 million. Why Biafrans voted to exit Nigeria with about 50 million and above votes. Thank you so much, Peter AJ. That is why comment is important, because they are reading some comments to know how prepared we are. Otherwise, whenever you come, comment something to us on what we are discussing. Comment on it. So, Nigeria, over how many? Over 3 million have only 9 million votes. But the Biafran people has 50 million above that we want to exit Nigeria, or that we have already exit Nigeria. We have already do what? Exit Nigeria. Why the UK? Listen.
Framed its stance as a commitment to African unity, declassified documents and historical analysis reveal a more pragmatic set of motivations.
Do you hear it? The lies and what they think. Oh, if you allow Biafra to be an independent country, he is going to create more country. But that is lie. That is not the interest. That is not why they stopped Biafra. As we proceed, you will see why British, Harold Weston, the Prime Minister, and the Federal Guard, the governor, their ulterior motive that Biafra should not be a country, for them to enrich themselves because of interest of oil. I was not the one that's saying it. The document that's already been written down is already there, because everything that happens, there must be a document about it. It's only that they will hide it from you because you cannot be able to research, or they see us that we don't research. But we're letting them to know that we have turned back to research now that we have made our official declaration, for them to know that thing you made you to stop us. We are going to bring it, present to the world, so the world can also get recognition. Solomon, good morning. Good morning, all Biafrans. Happy Christmas and New Year in advance. I welcome everyone in this platform. May God be everybody's have in Jesus' name. Amen. He said, thank you so much.
Britain blocked international recognition of Biafra for 3 primary reasons.
Now, we are calling on America, Israel, Korea, Australia, Austria, Sweden, Norway, Germany. We also call countries in Africa. We are calling on Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad. We are calling of Niger. We are calling of Ghana. We are calling of Tanzania, Ivory Coast, Mozambique, all the African countries to listen to why Biafra was denied international recognition and why they never want Biafra to become a country. Please, African brothers, listen to this message. That's what they told you in the past is not true. Now, listen to the why that people, these devilish people called UK, England, London, Great Britain, never allow Biafra to become a country. Listen to this and judge. Does it supposed to be so? Did they supposed to do that to us? We want you to listen and listen carefully.
1. Protection of oil interests. The most significant factor was the massive investment in Nigerian oil. At the time, Shell BP, a joint venture partly owned by the British government, had invested roughly £200 million in Nigeria, with the majority of the oil fields located in the eastern region.
Are you hearing it? America, Israel, the evil Finland, Sweden, Canada, Norway, Austria, Australia, in Africa, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zambia, Namibia, Mozambique, and Ghana, South Africa, Kenya. We are taking time to call all of you to see why that British denied Biafra to become a country. Not that lie they told all of you. This oil could have also used to build Africa to be a better place. If you look at the level of rich Britain is today, because of this oil, they used to build London, UK, England, and whatever that makes them complete country. They use our own African resources to build. Think of this could have been used to make Africa a better place. That is why we say that Africa dies in Biafra. In Biafra, Africa will rise. We have that in it takes to build Africa. That is why our president, Mazim Nnamdi Kanu, said, we are going to give oil free to African countries to use it to build Africa to be strong and beautiful more than Europe. That is why British is against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu till today. Oh, you want to give them oil free, and we cannot have access to the oil again. So you want to build Africa that is better than you, that's Great Britain. Oh, we cannot. They come against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. When Simon Ekpa took over, repeat the same word from his master, from his father. They also come against him. Using EU, Nigeria is using EU to lobby Finland. Using Ogenkere to lobby Finland to arrest and sentence Simon Ekpa. Nigeria used EU to achieve this process. Nigeria government used EU to arrest, to bring Ogenkere and pay him. He becomes agent of Nigeria and the EU, European Union, to arrest Simon Ekpa. Because of what? That he said that this oil, that Biafra will be a brain-based country, not oil country. That we can give this oil free to many countries in Africa, to use and make African country a better place. African countries, African continent. Is only this not enough for you to grant recognition that we are going to give this oil free? Then we use it and build your continent, African continent, to become the most beautiful country in the world, because we have what it takes more than any Europe today to make a very big, large Africa country where they can come talk, where they would like to have our passport to stay on it. These are truth. April, good morning from here. Happy New Year in advance. Solomon, Happy New Year in advance. Good morning. Good morning, my Biafran people. I want to know who is supporting giving rights for Biafra independence. Very soon, it's in the secret. You will see very, very soon. As in very soon. Because the government of the USB is working on diplomatic approach very well. In alliance, they are there. They are doing a very good job. Unless you research, there is things I see which I can't be able to read out because of what? The enemies around us. That is why the government are keeping it low. The government do more than what they say to us. Give them airborne. Give them a round of applause that your government is doing absolutely 100% to get us their organization for us to go home and build our own country. Give them round of applause. Give them round of applause. Give them bosa, bosa, bosa. They deserve it. That's not let us encourage them. Let us clap for them. They are doing wonderful. Back to our points. Now, in all the countries I did mention their names, in here, number one, there is 3 primary reasons why British never want Biafra to become a country. What are these primary reasons? What are these 3 primary reasons that British never want Biafra as a country, and why they lie to the entire continent of the world, including Europe and Africa, about Biafra? Listen, that is what we are here to bring out to you. Continue, let us continue. The most significant factor was the massive, number one, protect oil interests. The protection of oil interests is number one thing that made Great Britain to suppress Biafrans down, never allow Biafra to become a country. Number one is what? Protection of oil interests is number one. Now, the most significant factor was the massive investment in Nigeria oil. At the time, Shell BP, a joint venture play owned by the British government had invested rule of 200 million in Nigeria, with the majority of the oil field located in the eastern region, Biafra. I was not the one who wrote it here. This number one criteria inside these three primary reasons why Great Britain do not allow Biafra to become a country. This message is sending to the world why they have to organize us now, and we will give this oil free, because in your country where we are doing well with our brain, we did not use the oil to be doing well. Rather, we are working hard, and that working hard give us what we use to be good people and to take care of ourselves. So we did not depend in the oil. We are not depending in what? In oil to become a country. No, we depend on the brain base that God will give us to create things in our own way and achieve our country, that nobody will be lazy because of oil. Let's continue. You heard it here clearly. Why that Biafra is not a country? Number one interest, that British want to protection of the oil interest. Protection of oil interest. This is number one. That's why we not a country. After our genocidal war, that Nigeria and British committed a war crime, 1967 to 1970. After these years, has any country emerged in Africa which they claim that creating of Biafra will create numerous countries in Africa? Sorry about that. You must continue.
Biafra. Access and royalties. Britain feared that if they recognized Biafra, the federal military government, FMG in Lagos, would nationalize British assets or cancel oil concessions in the rest of the country.
Do you hear
Energy
it?
security. The 1,900...
Do you hear it clearly? Access as the royalist. British feared that if they organize Biafra, the federal military government, FMG in Lagos, would nationalize British assets or cancel oil connections in the rest of their country. Now, British claim that if they organize Biafra, that the oil well they have in Lagos, that they will lose it. Are you getting it? That the business they own in Lagos, that the shelled oil, that the shelled BP company, that they will lose it in the hands of a country where all this their property fall in, and this oily movement fall in. That they will stop them. That Biafra become a country. That people in Lagos will say no. We cannot allow you. People in the north might say no, that we cannot allow you. So for them to continue, what happened? They have to let the world keep quiet on the genocide of the Biafran people and why they never want Biafra to become a country. Rather, to say the truth, is because of our Shell BP company. It's because of the money we have invested. That is why we don't want Biafra to become a country. That if Biafra become a country, that we as the Great Britain, we have nothing to gain, or we lose the one we have already. On that note, they decide to quench that Biafra will not become a country. I hope we're making common sense, my people. Do you like this message to continue? Do you like this message to continue? I want to see those who want us to continue to explain in deep and play more documents of Britain in why Biafra is not. So when you see those are stupidly disgracing themselves because of they could not be able to lay hand on the right document, and if their conscience still alive, that British never use that perversion of the syndrome of hear and forget to demoralize their mind and close their heart, that it cannot be able to think anymore. Are you following? In this platform, this is what we preach. Here is not where we talk about Rama and nothing. No. We preach document. We do exposition of the hidden document of the world, why Biafra is not a country, and what we are passing through today. That's why I ask you, do you think that we should ride on? Do we continue? As I'm waiting for the answer, if you will continue, I want to let you know, if you never like the program, if you're first time coming, subscribe on the page. How could you subscribe? One, first, there is a 3 dot in front of you. Click on that 3 dots in front of you. The 3 dot on your right hand side on top of your screen will open. There is a 3 dot there. Once you open it, you touch it towards it will open, you will see like and share. Once we share, it will take you to the page. And from there, you will do what? You will continue to subscribe and turn your notification on so you will know when we are live to share this history of Great Britain trying all their effort to bring Biafra down. Yes, Mommy Ngozi said we should write down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So if you never like the program, please endeavor to like. Click on that 3 dots. You will see like there if it is your first time coming. And that anytime you are going to watch, those are going to watch later, please continue to like. The more you like the message, the more those people that we are tagging are getting the information. If you like the program, America and all their fans and all their people will be getting the information, so they can also be talking and be asking questions. That's why when you come, you like. Please. Ndoka, you are welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Ezani, you are welcome. Thank you. I can see you. So we continue. Like our mother and our people said, our mother said that we should continue. Our sister Wanda Ngozi said we should continue. Thank you so much. Now, look at the interest first too. The interest is what? Oil. British try to protect protection of oil interests. That is why they deny Biafra. That is why they block us that we can never become a country. This is number 1 point that I want you to know for those who are making mockery of themselves social media today about Biafra movement. Now, they did what? They tried to let themselves know, these people are too smart. If you recognize them, this oil we are taking free to build our country, build Great Britain, to build England, to build UK, to build London, that they will seize it. And because of that they will seize it, we cannot allow it to be a country for us to continue taking it free. We are not ready to enter in agreement with them. Rather, let us remain with those that we have gathered agreement with them, that we should allow them, they should allow us to take oil, while we allow them to Islamize Nigeria. This is a pure history. This is what happened. This is why we are not a country today. Because of interest of a white man to enrich his greediness over what we have. The greediness of the British is why we are not a country. Can you believe that? Can you believe that because of the greediness of a white man, greediness of Frederick Lugard, Weston, what is that his evil name? Howard Weston. That is why we're not a country. They denied us, but they allowed other African countries to become country. 1990, after 1997, Namibia succeeded in getting their independence from South Africa. What of Eritrea? What of Somaliland that got their independence from Somalia? We want the world to see. We want the world to know why we're not a country. Today, is it Biafran people you claim that Biafra will create many more countries in Africa? Is it this Biafra created all these countries in Africa? Why do you allow them to become a country? Because they do not have oil that you will take. They did not have gold that you will mine. That is why. But we have it. Oh, they to wipe us away according to your plan. UK, London, and England by Great British, the evil Britain, the blood-sucking Britain. That is why you want to wipe us away. But let me tell you, or let me remind you, that Chukwu Okabiama, who put that oil that has never finished from 1967 to 2025, will not allow us to perish, and he will not allow us to be wiped away. No. That God, that our ancestors, that our she who believe in, that give us this oil, that from 1967 to 2025, the oil has never run dry, and it will never. That is why the people can never be wiped away. Continue making the oil. Lay your pipe from Imo State. Today, you has passed Morocco. Continue laying your pipe. You will suffer. You will face this genocide that you brought to us. London, England, UK, from 2026, what will become of you? The world should know that we, the Biafran people, give warning that the only way is to British to re-step their movement back and allow us as a sovereign nation. That is why the genocide that is looming in Great Britain will not occur. But if not for that, they must. And in the midst of them, we have already exited Nigeria. Despite, we are going to prove to the world how you supply Nigeria weapon, supply them aircraft, supply them armor tanker, supply them all these dangerous sophisticated weapons they use to destroy Biafran people. But you cannot take our life, because our life comes from the gods who live in hell, the rich shit that we are serving before you came with your evil, wicked, satanic shit that you think you brought to us. We can't take it any longer. Look at Somaliland today, 2026, having their international recognition. And they think that we will not have our own. Great Britain, you will suffer. You have the blood of your daughters and sons will be also massacred the way our own was being shared 1967 to 97 till today, till 2025. The ongoing genocide, the kidnapping from Nigerian military, and the killing, burning of our markets, our houses, kidnapping our people, harvesting organs of our Biafran people. It will surely go back to you from 2026, unless you have few days to turn back your step and apologize and say Biafra is a country under leadership of the United States of Biafra government by Dr. Muzo Rebeze that are right now. That organization will release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, release Simon Ekpa as a prisoner of conscience. We are warning. It will come. Check all the prophets from Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Has it never happened today? When we talk, Chukwu Okabiama asks us to come and tell you. And we must tell the truth. No matter how you look at our face, no matter how our voices sound, the truth must be told. And the truth is very bitter. On this platform, we preach the bitter truth. You continue. Remember, why Biafra is not a country? Because of interest of a white man. And our people are sheepishly, stupidly agree with them. Well, I am not in doubt, because over 547 people of America voted that they do not want America to become a country. So when you see all these Judas, remember, it's only 56 continental congressmen signed as the delegates of people of America who signed that this America you are seeing today becomes a country. That is an eye-opener to you, for you to know there is no amount of sabotage, There is no amount of your rubbish that will stop this declaration, because declaration of a new country is a legal movement to back up a sovereign nation that are lacking one thing: international recognition, like what happened to people of Somaliland, December 26, 2025. After they have declared and waited for 34 good years, on 2026, December 2025, Israel granted them international what? Recognition today. So they have become a country in the world. And you are there making mockery of yourself. Join the hands of Great Britain to deny Biafra. You cannot deny it anymore. The world knows that after a new country is being declared, there must be rebels. The world will see all of you who gang up against United States of Biafra declaration. The world sees you as a rebel, continuously putting yourself where you belong in the history of rebel. Continue doing that to yourself, because the truth is what we are here to let you know. Honestly, my brother Ebenezer Ndoka said, all have happened except which we know when comes to pass. That is Biafra. Yes, so our recognition to become fully international sovereign state. Sovereign state is in two ways: local and international. Biafra becomes local sovereign state in 1967 to 1970, and later stop it, allow them to be reintegrated back into one Nigeria. Today, we are under the same page again. After we have re-declared under local, we are a sovereign nation that are seeking for recognition in exile to control our territory. That is it. We continue.
67 Six-Day War in the Middle East had already disrupted Britain's oil supply. Maintaining a steady flow from Nigeria was considered a matter of national security.
Do you hear that? Are you with me? Engaging security. The 1967 6 days, the 1967 over 1,600 days war in the Middle East had already disrupted British oil supply. That war disturbed them from their making oil. You see, to prove to the world the pure evidence why they make up their mind that Biafra can never become a country. But today, it must be a country, and it's already become an existing country. It must. And we have already become an existing country. Whether you like it or not, we will not go back on that agreement of reintegrated after some years, if we can move on. No, we will not accept it from any country in the world, or the heaven will fall. And when the heaven fall, it will fall on top of all of you. For British, in the Middle East, had already disrupted British oil supply. Maintaining standard from follow from Nigeria was considered a matter of national security. Are you hearing it? The war, only through that time of this war, Nigeria government had, Great Britain has started already losing. Talk less of emerging. They use it to emerge. If we allowed Biafra to be a country, so we cannot gain anything again. That was their interest. Instead of them to come to agree in a principle with those that own this oil, we will have agreement, we will sign how they will take it, because they want to take it without paying a dime. Because with Biafran people in agreement, they must pay. In return, with this, the oil is supposed to be a key rule that by today, every Biafran should have free visa travel to UK. This could have been in a line of the agreement for them to be taking the oil. Any country who gives you oil Your people will have free visa movement to that oil, to that country. Today, in Britain, the Nigeria has free visa movement because Nigeria is in the hands of Aboki Nashinama, the evil one. They cannot be able to reason and stand up for the truth. Solomon said, yes, right on, I am with you. You are right. I am very happy about that. That's attorney. Attorney. God be our strength, called Biafrans. He continues says, no man can say that Biafra must be a country. Anointing can't stop it from the pit of hell. Can't stop Biafra. Yes, so thank you so much. That's a nice one. Thank you. We must continue. Now we have given you number 1. Now we're going to number 2 because there is a 3 primary reason. Listen to number 2.
2. The One Nigeria Doctrine. Britain had spent decades constructing Nigeria as a single entity during the colonial era. They viewed a united Nigeria as a for maintaining British interests across the continent.
Are you hearing it? Emeka Justice, United States of Biafra, freedom have come to stay. Amen. Yes, so it has come to stay and nobody will stop it. Nobody. Annie Ugochukwu, good morning from the United States of Biafra. Thank you so much. That is from the rising sun. We have rise. Nobody will cover us anymore. Now, number 2, the One Nigeria doctrine. Britain had spent decades constructing Nigeria as a singular entity during the colonial era. They view a united Nigeria as a virtue of maintaining British interests across the continent. What is their interest? Oil. Anthony America, good morning from here. God bless USB. Amen. For their interest to be maintained. For what? For the interest of the British to be maintained, they have to bring that name called One Nigeria. Are you not a fool for answering One Nigeria? We are giving the word why Biafra is not a country. Everything is about their own interests, not interests of you who answer One Nigeria. You are a fool. You are answering the name of a country because of interests of a human being like you. And you am a proud Nigeria. I am this and that. Shame on all of you. And you are British. You answer One Nigeria. You are One Nigeria because of what? Interest of a white man. The white man did not seek for your own interest, for your own betterment. Oh, shame on all of you. I tell I am a Biafran. I tell I listen to Mazan and Simon Eba. And I thank God for Chukwu Okabiam who give me a little bit way to do research. To know who I am. You answer One Nigeria. In the interest of a white man who has 2 ears, 2 eyes, opening 2 noses, the same mouth, the same hand, the same 10 fingers. Shame on you. You are One Nigeria. And the man that is taking your oil could not allow you to have a visa free to his own country. Oh. I cry for all of you. Una shame, they shame me. And the only Biafra today who is fighting against Biafra USB, sorry is your name. Because this perverted notion, Christy Biafra, good morning from here. Thank you for coming. We are here. We are trying to do 1 or 2. Bishop said, the charm and the entanglement of One Nigeria has been broke. It is Biafra o'clock. Yes, it is Biafra o'clock. Kokoroko chiefola for Biafra. Is Biafra what o'clock? Let's continue. Kevin Abbas, good morning, my brother. You're welcome. You meet us today online. Our time and your time these days is becoming another different thing. But it's okay. It is okay. Remember, this is number 2. Remember that number one I read to you have how many? 1, 2 paragraph. The interest of British, why Biafra is not a country. For the interest of a white man. Listen.
The balkanization fear, the UK, and many leaders in the Organization of African Unity, feared that if Biafra successfully seceded, it would set a precedent for tribal secessionist movements across all of Africa, leading to the collapse of many newly independent states.
Do you see the lie? On this is where this program centralizes every point. Why Biafra is not a country. The UK, you heard it here. The UK and the many leaders in the Organization of African Unity feared that if Biafra successfully succeeded, it would set a precedent of tribe association movement across all of Africa. Now, we will hold it here and come and ask questions to ask them. After this, what of Namibia, who got their independence from South Africa 1990? Is it because of Biafra is a country? What of Eritrea from Ethiopia? What of those that got also from Portugal? Why did you not also play a diplomatic role to the Portugal that if you allow these countries under you to move, that they are going to create more countries in Africa? Now, let us see numbers on this lie that we are debunking today. We will continue to debunk this lie to the world until the world hears from us clearly. Now, let us see some countries that have emerged after 1967 to 1970, if it is Biafra that makes them to become a country. Let us see on this lie that the stupid, idiotic, the satanic British use against us. Now, wow, Hood boy, it's been long. What happens? I hope you are good. Happy New Year in advance and Happy Christmas. Compliment of the season. Remember, we want to go back to give evidence because we cannot do this thing without giving evidence. The UK and the many leaders in the Organization of Africa Unity feel that if Biafra successfully succeed, it would set a precedent of tribal association movement across all Africa, leading to collapse of many newly independent states in Africa. Is it true? Now let us go and bring document of countries in Africa that emerged after they denied Biafra and ask the world, are you not seeing the lies against us? Let us go. Let us see. We will go both those who get it under colonial regime after Biafra and those who succeeded getting it under secession like Namibia and Eritrea. Let us see. Let us know if Namibia is under colonial power or secession. Listen to this.
Namibia did not become a new country during the period of 1967 to 1970. In fact, it gained its independence much later than the Biafran War. While the Biafran War was happening, 1967 to 1970, Namibia was still officially known as Southwest Africa and was under the control of South Africa. Key dates for Namibia: 1966. The United Nations officially revoked South Africa's mandate to govern the territory. This same year, the armed struggle for independence began, led by SWAPO. 1968. The United Nations officially renamed the territory Namibia, though South Africa refused to leave. March 21, 1990. Namibia finally became a fully independent sovereign country. Comparison: Biafra versus Namibia. Event. Date. Outcome: Biafran War, 1967 to 1970. Biafra surrendered and remained part of Nigeria. Namibian War, 1966 to 1989. Long struggle that ended in successful independence. Namibia independence, 1990, became the 52nd independent state in Africa. Why did it take so long? Namibia's path was difficult because it was ruled by the apartheid government of South Africa. South Africa treated Namibia almost like its own fifth province and ignored several United Nations orders to leave the territory. It took a combination of a long guerrilla war, international pressure, and the end of the Cold War for South Africa to finally agree to Namibian independence in 1990. Since you are interested in countries that emerged after 1970, would you like to know more about South Sudan or Eritrea, which are even newer than Namibia?
The world, are you seeing these lies and you are remaining silent? Good morning from here. Thank you for joining us. We are letting the world to know the lies which I have played. Why are we back here now? Because number two, when Great Britain, when UK, London, England, and Iceland precise, these are those that they used against us. Those who lied that having Biafra as a country, we create numerous countries in Africa. Now, Biafra is not a country. Namibia merged 1990 from South Africa as a country. What of South Sudan merged as a country? What of Eritrea merged as a country? These are those who becomes a country after the lie of the British to the world that Biafra will create numerous countries. Look at it now. We are number 3. We are counted Namibia, South Sudan, Eritrea. These 3 countries already emerged under present country of each other, like Namibia having their own from South Africa. 1. Ethiopia having their own, Eritrea having their own from Ethiopia. 2. South Sudan having their own from Sudan. Is it not 3? It's not a country that have emerged after the denial of Biafra to prove to the world that Biafra was denied because of number 1, I have proved to you here, the interest of the oil that British has because of oil and the palm kernel. This is two reasons that Britain lied to the African Union and they buy it. I am asking African Union of today, Namibia, is it before 1967 they become a country? I'm asking them, South Sudan, is it before our war? I'm asking them, what of Eritrea? We will show no mercy to any country who will open his ugly mouth to talk against Biafra. I ain't got a dog in vam. Let's continue. Let us see more countries that have emerged in Africa after the denial of Biafra. Let us see. Both under colonial era. Are we the one that introduced those countries? The lies of Britain. That is why Nigeria and British they are master of lies and pretense. Let us see. What of Zambia? What of Zambia? What of Zimbabwe? In which years? Listen to this. Make it number 4 in Africa after Britain told the world that Biafra Biafra will introduce many more countries in Africa. Listen.
Zimbabwe and Angola are 2 powerful examples of how African nations achieved independence shortly after the Biafran War ended, though they took very different paths. 1.
I want you to see, after Biafran War, Zimbabwe and Angola. Now, plus Zimbabwe and Angola to Namibia, Eritrea, South Sudan. Is it not 4? It is 4. After the denial of Biafra as a country, putting lies on us that Biafra will create many more countries in Africa. Look at it, 5. Let's listen to different parts how they're getting it. The importance of my evidence is that it's a lie, that this lie that's denied of Biafra, that because of many countries, is a pure lie. There is an evidence that it's a lie. That is the evidence of denying Biafra is because of our own God-given mineral resources we have. oil and palm kernel. This is the two reasons that British denied Biafra and lied against us. That is why we are dying. That is why there is killing. That is why that inhuman. That is why we face genocide till 2025. In series our declaration, we cannot wait for Namibia for people of Somaliland. We will show the world if you refuse to organize Biafra with immediate effect, with alacrity. We are not begging because I died enough.
Zimbabwe, independence from Britain, 1980. Zimbabwe's journey
The same Britain, 1980, allows Zimbabwe to move because there is no oil. There is no pancreas in Zimbabwe. That is what allowed them to, no interest of them there. That is why they allowed them to move. Thunder will fire Britain.
Unique because it involved two different struggles, one against the British Empire and another against a local white minority government. The White Minority Revolt. In 1965, the white minority government led by Ian Smith illegally declared independence from Britain, known as UDI, to avoid giving voting rights to the black majority. The Bush War. Throughout the 1970s, black nationalist groups led by Robert Mugabe, ZANU, and Joshua Nkomo, ZAPU, fought a long guerrilla war against Smith's government. The agreement, finally, in 1979, the Lancaster House Agreement was signed in London. This ended the war and returned the country to temporary British rule to organize free elections. Independence. In 1980, Robert Mugabe won the election and the country officially became the Independent Republic of Zimbabwe. 2. Angola. Independence from Portugal, 1975. Angola's independence was much more...
Why did the British not stop these two countries? One is coming from them. They allowed them to go. Are you listening? Then, what of Angola? That's why when Sweden come to ask Nigeria or the UN try to ask about Biafra genocidal war and why this war is continuously going on and there's no ceasefire to know what is the problem. And they lied. That is because internal affair of Nigeria, that they are in control. They becomes the diplomatic movement of Nigeria by themselves. The London, UK, England lobbied everywhere against Biafran people. Now, if other countries who come, like even Portugal, wanted to interfere. Now, the same Portugal allowed Angola to leave. Why the British did not went in there and tell them, if you allow this Angola to leave, what we said about the Biafran people will become lie. Do not allow them. And the Angola leave because there is no oil. They did not went ahead to block it. Britain did not block all these countries, but they single-handedly blocked United States of Biafra. They blocked Republic of Biafra to become a country because of oil interests, because of their own personal interests. And the British allowed over 5 million Biafrans massacred in that genocidal war. We are proving to the world, those who came, the information or secret or document prove that Sweden asked, America asked, France come with interest that they want oil in revise of the case. Then what of Norway? The same Norway who come to us today was the one holding the leader of Amazonia. Do you see how corrupt the world, Finland and Norway, is today? The only two countries that Britain is using right now to stop those who want to leave and have their own country is Norway and Finland. By arresting the leaders. Are you following? So, when you look at it, why we are bringing this, we want the world to know that now that we have re-declared Biafra, that we are not going back. It is a time to stand, to prove to the world these lies that Great Britain using England, using UK, using London to block Biafra international recognition by why they allow others to leave. 5 countries in Africa, they live after colonial era. They succeeded become a country after colonial era. Those that British colonized, that British said, we have allowed them to become a country. Namibia get their freedom from where? South Africa. Eritrea got their freedom from where? Ethiopia. South Sudan got their freedom from where? Sudan. What of Somaliland from Somalia? Are you getting it? And it's only Biafra own is the one that lied that we are going to create more countries in Africa. Thunder will fire Britain. Thunder will fire UK. Thunder will fire London. Thunder will fire England. Thunder will fire Iceland for allowing them to use their military to buy the indigenous people of Biafra 1967 to 1970 till today. All this blood will come back upon the heads of these countries. I am mentioning their name because they are our problem. They are our problem. Let's continue. It shall never be well with them. You see this UK you are seeing. What is coming to UK next year? The secret agenda of their own children against their fathers that handed Britain over to the handed UK over to the will be a massive turnout. And this question we are asking now, their children is asking them, why did you hand them over our territory? That they want them to withdraw all of them from the vital position that their children said, we have school and come back. We want to manage our resources. Is it not the same thing that the Biafran people is asking today? Is it not the same thing? Is it not the same that we are asking today? We are there. So, remember where we paused it to. We pause when they talk about, when we read about which country, Angola, having their independence from Portugal after Biafran War. Like I said, or Christy Biafra remind you, please like the program. If you never like the program, please endeavor to do that. You will see a 3 dot in front of you on your right hand side. The way I am pointing my hand on top of your screen, there is a 3 dot. Click on that 3 dot. It will open. You will see like and share. Once you share, you subscribe. In this platform, moreover these days, we are going to be hitting on issue of the lies of Great Britain to the world. Why they deny Biafra international recognition. Do you know why your like is important? When you like, this message can fly into them because we tag them and the name of their country here. So somebody from them will hear and listen. Please. The like does not stop you from listening to the program. Nothing at all. Please. And it will not take away any amount again from your internet user. No, it's not. Endeavor to do that. To let the message go viral, please, my people. We must continue. We must continue. Let's play it again.
Violent and complicated, heavily influenced by the Cold War. The Long War, unlike Britain or France, Portugal refused to give up its colonies. This led to a 14-year war, 1961 to 1975, between the Portuguese army and 3 main Angolan groups, the MPLA, FNLA, and UNITA. The revolution in Portugal in 1974, a military coup in Portugal, the Carnation Revolution, overthrew the Portuguese dictatorship. The new government in Lisbon immediately decided to leave Africa. Independence and civil war. On November 11, 1975, Angola became independent. However, because the 3 rebel groups couldn't agree on who should lead, the country immediately fell into a brutal civil war that lasted for decades. The MPLA, supported by the Soviet Union and Cuba, eventually took control of the capital, Luanda, while UNITA, supported by the US and South Africa, fought from the countryside.
Are you listening? What we are passing through about rebel, we are not only the first people. Angola also passed it. But do you know the most important part of it? That those that always make declaration are the one that always winning the case. You hear about these 3 groups, MPLA is a group they use to fight against Portugal. They use UNITA. No, they use MPLA, one group. They use FNLA, number 2 group. The third one, UNITA. These are groups. Then after, 2 march together. Those 2 that was marched together, when I read the history, was the 2 that made declaration. And look at it. Even at that time, US supported those that make declaration because they do understand the impact of their own declaration that leads them to become a country today. We'll move.
Key leaders comparison. Country, major independence leader. Year, former ruler. Zimbabwe, Robert Mugabe and Joshua Nkomo. 1980, United Kingdom, Angola, Agostinho Neto, MPLA. 1975, Portugal. While the Biafran War was an internal conflict about a region leaving an existing country, these struggles were about ending European rule entirely. Would you like to see a list of the major leaders from other African independence movements, or perhaps more details on the Cold War's role in these conflicts?
That should be tomorrow. We are listening to that tomorrow. I hope you are listening. Why are we playing all this? For them to know. This is record they keep down. And all these things becomes a country. Imagine, UK refused us to go. 1980, they allow Zimbabwe to become a country. They got their independence from where? From where? From United Evil Kingdom. From United Evil Kingdom. Now, is it only them? The answer is no. Remember, 5 is not under colonial master. Now, let us know how many that becomes country after 1967 to 1970. We want to prove to the world, to the countries in Africa, that it is a pure lie on what British told Africa organization about Biafran people, about Biafra Republic. We want to prove to them the lies. This is all happened before freedom. Yes, you, okay, ZK, you see. I greet you. Good morning. Happy New Year in advance. Look at what happened to them. They are all independent country. Look at, do you hear about the rebel of Angola, of Zimbabwe? You cannot succeed to have a new country without having rebel. You can't have a new country without undergoing all this process. And somebody is asking me, who believe in USB, asking me, why am I comparing our own to other people? How could you get it without comparing your own with other people? How could you get it without listening to other people's history and follow the line? Why do you send your child to school? It's not to go and learn from the history of what happened in the before. We must reason, all of us. Now, let us find how many countries that got their independence, whether under colonial regime or freely. Now, we are with the area I'm going to now, the countries are going to hear their names that created from Africa after Biafran War with Nigeria. These are those that get it under colonial master. But what happened? They all a country that comes after our own. The question is, if those countries start coming from 1974, why the British has lied in 1967 that Biafra is a country, we create numerous countries. Now, how many countries here? We have Guinea-Bissau, 1, Mozambique, 2, Cape Verde, 3, Comoros, 4, Sao Tome and Principe, 5, Angola, 6, Seychelles, 7, Djibouti, 8, Zimbabwe, 9. This is 9. That is out of 5 that got their own independence after the Biafran War. That's Frederick Lugard and Winston Williams said that creating Biafra will create numerous countries in Africa. Now, 9 plus 5, is it how many? Is it not 14? After the denial of Biafra, 14 countries emerged in Africa. After the denial of Biafra, 14 countries merge in Africa. How? Is it Biafra war? Is it Biafra become a country? Create all these countries in Africa. I want the world to see our anger. I want the world to also see our grievances. I want the world to see the lies of the Great Britain. The lies of UK, London, England to you people. United Kingdom. I want you to see their lies because of mineral resources. Because of our own God-given resources. That is why British played down, denied Biafra, do diplomatic movement, and they lie to all of you. That is why we are bringing this message to the world, for them to know that those lies cannot hold. The center cannot hold anymore. For you to see why we are continuously taking our movement of our mandate of declaration, we are declared of United of Biafra. November 29, 2024. We cannot go back at all. You continue.
It is important to clarify that while Biafra, 1967 to 1970, did not succeed in becoming a permanent sovereign country, many other African nations successfully gained their...
Are you asking me, am I advocating for separation? Namibia that got the independence from South Africa is not separation. Somaliland that got their own from Somalia is not separation. Eritrea that got their independence from Ethiopia is not separation. Wamug. Come here, come and ask stupid question. That is why you remain where you are. Yes, I am advocating for separation of Biafran people from the evil descendants called One Nigeria that has been banned everywhere. Are we the first people to advocate for separation? What of South Sudan? What of Namibia? What of Eritrea? What of this? What of Eritrea? I'm asking you. I've mentioned it to you. Go and check the history. They are all got their independence from present countries that have lived under colonial master before. Ethiopia give birth to Eritrea, separation. South Africa give birth to Namibia, separation, 1990. Eh? Yes, I am asking for, we need to move. We don't want Nigeria as a country. Nigeria means a death sentence. We are proving to the world the lie that of Great Britain, why Biafra is not a country. That is what we are preaching this morning. That they lied that Biafra become a country. We create many more countries in Africa. And after Biafran War, after the Biafran War of 1967 to 1970, between 1974, 14 countries has been created in Africa. 14 countries has been introduced in Africa. Is it Biafran people? Because of the interest of a white man, because of oil interest of Britain, that is why they denied Biafra. They said that because of our mineral resources, that if you allow us to become a country, that we will not allow them to take the oil. I'm not a Nigerian, I'm a Biafran. That is what I'm asking for. It's not a crime. And there was Biafra before Nigeria. There was Biafra before Nigeria. We have been living on our own for 1914. And the way we are living is 100% good to the people of Biafra, to the old Eastern region. Is it Biafran people that create all the separation that happens, all this separation? Don't you know when you separate from a Great Britain, it's a separation. It's only Biafra you can come and type separation. I am angry. We are very, very mad this time around because I've checked everything. The intimidation of the Great Britain with Nigeria must put an end from the UN. Look at the evil woman. I mean, sitting down there, woman for that matter, and children are crying and dying. Keep kidnapping in Nigeria, sending to bush every blessed day. Amina Mohammed, a woman for that matter, a mother. Your children will experiencing what other children have experienced in Nigeria. You will go through that because karma is real. We are invoking the law of karma to anybody who will talk ill against Biafran people. We are invoking the law of karma upon all of you that join hand to put Biafran people down. Like I said, let us hear the names of country that emerged after the denial of Biafra by Great Britain.
Independence and emerged as new countries during and after that period. The late 1960s and the 1970s saw a major second wave of decolonization, particularly as Portuguese colonies fought for and won their freedom. African countries formed after the Biafran War, post-1970. While the Nigerian Civil War was ending in 1970, several other territories were in the process of becoming independent nations. Country, year of independence, former colonial power, Guinea-Bissau, 1974, Portugal, Mozambique, 1975, Portugal, Cape Verde, 1975, Portugal, Comoros, 1975, France, São Tomé and Príncipe, 1975, Portugal, Angola, 1975, Portugal, Seychelles, 1976, United Kingdom, Djibouti, 1977, France, Zimbabwe, 1980, United Kingdom, later new countries, breakaway states. Since 1970, there have also been cases where new countries were formed by splitting away from existing African nations, similar to what Biafra attempted. Eritrea, 1993, successfully gained independence from Ethiopia after a long 30-year war. South Sudan, 2011, the newest country in Africa which gained independence from Sudan following a referendum and decades of civil war. Why Biafra was different? Unlike many of the countries listed above, Biafra was a secessionist movement, meaning it tried to break away from an already independent African nation, Nigeria. Most of the countries that came out in the 1970s were colonies gaining freedom from European powers, like
Now, do you see the lie they preach against us? Our own, they will target secession. What of people of South Sudan that got the independence from Sudan? It's not a secession, it's referendum. And this referendum is what Mazankan is calling from since all these years, even Simon Banjoko. Now, what of Ethiopia? What of Eritrea, 1993, that succeeded from Ethiopia? Their own is not a secession. It's only Biafra own because of the lies that Britain manipulated. That's why I told you, we must change the history. And we are here to use their lie to change the history to the world. That is why today we are presenting you the truth. What exactly happened? And why Biafra, they target secession because of what? Oil. They even also use OAU, Africa People's Organization. They use them against us. The same Africa, South Africa, the same all these countries was the one that released many countries that we have today. Now that we have declared, we are not going back. Yes. Okay, you see. Thank you so much. We can't go back anymore. We are here to do the needful. We are doing the comparison and proving the lies of this Lugard and his master. How many countries emerged after Biafra, whether colonial, whether anyhow? You're welcome, thank you. After all these things, after 1967 to 1970 that we fought for war, look at it today. 14 countries, 14 has emerged in Africa. It's only Biafra is never emerged. And how many? You told us about Eritrea fighting 30 years for secession against Ethiopia. Is it not true? Separation. Is it not true? Biafra, how many years till now? How many years? Thunder will fire all of you. Now, let us go back. We have present evidence of countries that has emerged from Africa after Biafra genocidal war. Through, look at it, 9 was under colonial era. 5 come through secession, through separatist movement. It isn't obvious. Is it not clear to you? Am I making a story? No. I stand on the existing protocol of the history of the world to let our people know that Biafra must become a country. Now that we have declared it. Yes, so Chris Biafra said, United States of Biafra Nation, USB, is here. Mokezike said, Mechukwu Okabiama, renew your strength and wisdom. We can never give up. With all this, why are you going to give up? People like Eritrea refuse to give up. Even though they first started their separatist movement, 1961, they started. Eritrea, 1961, they started their movement. And until they got their independence. They did not stop, but our own will stop. That is why this time, now that we have known all this, we can't stop. And we are doing it legal, peacefully. When we will put our hand to go back to arm, the disastrous will reach every entire continent. And the world cannot talk what they saw if we go back. That is why we are asking all of you right now that we have dropped arm struggle to give recognition before it's too late to all of you, not to us anymore, because we have known the truth. And the truth is what we are using to fight this time around. We are using what? 3 ways or 4 ways. We are using diplomatic, political, legal to prove our case. And we stand on the template of the international global community. That is where we stand. Nobody will shut us back. Yes, we are back from where we live because, we were on number 2, the One Nigeria movement. So let us go back again to find out that we have already presented the evidence that what they told United Nations, what they told EU, what they told African Organization is lie. That's allowing Biafra to become a country that is going to create more countries in Africa. We have proved to you that after they have denied Biafra from 1967 to 1970, that 14 country has emerged, 14 country has emerged in Africa. And even this one that emerged, you remember that the present recognition of Somaliland is not included. So if you add Somaliland, it becomes 15 countries. 15 that has emerged in Africa. We are not even talking of those that have not got recognition. No, we are talking of present those that after Biafran War that have succeeded in getting their own recognition. 15 country. 9 is under colonial master. And how many again? 6 is not under colonial master. And they are not separatists, so they are not secession. It's only Biafran people because of lies upon lies upon lies that Great Britain told were against us. And they use that to write the document. We are here to change it. That is not true. We are writing our own. You must continue.
During the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, the British government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, was the most influential opponent of Biafran independence. While the UK publicly framed it...
This is a man that blocked everything. Howard Wilson, this man for the Global Guard, is being used against us. He is the one who told all these lies that I am debunking today. The time has come for us to enter into the history of the countries to debunk the lie, and from there, proving our own right of having our own new country.
stance as a commitment to African unity, declassified documents and historical analysis reveal a more pragmatic set of motivations. Britain blocked international recognition of Biafra for three primary reasons. 1. Protection of oil interests. The most significant factor was the massive investment in Nigerian oil. At the time, Shell BP, a joint venture partly owned by the British government, had invested roughly £200 million in Nigeria, with the majority of the oil fields located in the eastern region, Biafra.
Do you see why they blocked our recognition? Now, do you see the truth why Biafra is not a country? Not that first one he told you, that we are going to create more countries in Africa. Do you see that is a pure lie? Because of what? To protect the protection of the oil interests. Because of our own God's-given mineral resources. That is why we're not a country. Could you imagine? But others use their own to build their country. But our own British says no. Who are we? Look at these people. We are. Oh, imagine. We are calling on the UN to revisit why Biafra was being blocked and the genocide. We are calling on the EU. We are calling on OAU, African Post Organization. We are calling on America. We are calling on Sweden. We are calling on Australia. We are calling all these countries in outside, both France, both Russia, back, come down to Africa. We are calling Kenya, South Africa. We are calling Namibia. We are calling Tanzania. We are calling Ivory Coast. We are calling Zimbabwe. We are calling Namibia. We are calling all of you to revisit why Africa is down, because of keeping those could have used the oil to enrich Africa to become a very big country in the world, very big continent. That this Europe is supposed to be coming to, rather, we are the one embracing them. Instead of them to come and embrace us, you must be wise this time around. You must be wise. Tell you soon to be see. I can see you. Wow. Shade, you are welcome. Jisi ike na-agbasa ozi nwere onwe anyị. Mechukwu Okabiama. Bless you. Really good. Thank you also, you too. Happy New Year in advance. You know that this question you're asking me, that when you have your own country, when you have your right, then all these things can follow. You will first get land before you look at math. And you want to have math without having land. Are you not a fool? More comments asking more stupid questions, I will block you.
Access and royalties. Britain feared that if they recognized Biafra, the federal military government, FMG in Lagos, would nationalize British assets or cancel oil concessions in the rest of the country. Energy security. The 1967 six-day war in the Middle East had already disrupted Britain's oil supply. Maintaining a steady flow from Nigeria was considered a matter of national security. 2. The One Nigeria Doctrine. Britain had spent decades constructing Nigeria as a single entity during the colonial era. They viewed a united Nigeria as a for maintaining British interests across the continent. The Balkanization fear, the UK, and many leaders in the Organization of African Unity, feared that if Biafra successfully seceded, it would set a precedent for tribal secessionist movements across all of Africa, leading to the collapse of many newly independent states.
Do you get something here? I hope you have seen the lies that tells me to go and play how many countries that's got their independence after denial of Biafra. And you have had it here that British since over then is trying to manage Nigeria. Nigeria, can it be managed? You that are, what is that for your name? Kanasha. You that are asking this question. Can you manage Nigeria more than Great Britain? Can you answer me? Can you answer? They have tried, and today it is worst. The Nigeria of Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan, and the Nigeria of your Tinubu and the late Bulgaria Which one is better? Those are things are getting more to prove otherwise that you are not one people. Why are you forcing yourself to be there? That is why the Biafran people in this comment section, you are only the one that have a different comment. Others are commenting good, commenting the right thing. That word we read and know that people need to live. And look at your comment. Your comment becomes a disgrace and prove that you are a Judas among 49, 50 subscribers. You are only one. And they think you have wisdom. Now, with the rubbish you are commenting, if it is a vote, 49 won against you. That is how the thing works. 49 people among 50, you are only one that is commenting different. Others are commenting the written. If that is a vote of how those that are going to read this comment letter will see that you are Judas, you are saboteur, you are rebel. You must continue. So, we are letting America to know. We are letting the UN that Amina Mohammed is a corrupt woman. Because anywhere Nigeria enter, Nigeria must destroy and bring corruption in that place. Nigeria is not a sovereign nation. Because a criteria to become a sovereign nation, Nigeria did not meet anyone. But they only met to use bribe by Great Britain, by England, by London, where they normally go to choose their president, proving they are still under colonial era. We can't be in this 21st century become still under the colonial era for them. Did any country who got their independence from Portugal, did they go to Portugal to choose who will be their president? And it's not about who will govern them. Ask yourself that question and find an answer by yourself through what I present to you here. We are not here to talk. We want to talk with evidence that is there already before what we are doing today. So, you see why Biafra is not a country? Because of interest of a white man trying to maintain his business. The same business, sir, is why people are dying everywhere all over in Nigeria. And Britain cannot do anything because it's what they've been giving birth to, is what Nigeria is delivering to them. It's what British being given birth to. It's what Nigeria is delivering on them for them. So far, so good. Our line will be open now as we continue. In case, if you want to call on this program, the number to call is +9 7 3 60 51 337. In case if you decide to call, I repeat again, +9 7 3 60 51 337. Let's take call. Master Kevin, good morning from here.
Yeah, good morning. Happy New Year in advance.
I wish you the same, my brother. Thank you.
Greetings to all my fellow Biafrans, all lovers of freedom. Greetings to you all. Yeah, most of the time, I'm not able to connect. Because work, not really the time, it's the work. Like now, I'm at work now. Are you hearing me?
Very loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. Like now, I'm at work, but my boss is not around, so I can be doing the work and be talking while I'm talking. You understand?
Okay.
So I want to put a thank you for the I will say exposition. Yes, it's exposition because it's something we did not look into before. But I would like to speak concerning the who said we should not compare. Yes, they say we should not compare our own freedom with other people. Now the question is, if you don't compare yourself with others, how will you know what they have done? And that's even the message where the other has not yet come.
Yes.
Because we are doing it on our own. We are doing it on our own until our Prime Minister did the research and saw the way forward. That was why he made this progress. If it is not compared to see how others go their own, we will have still been the same where we are. I don't know, I feel the one, I feel the one Nigerian. Let me tell you, because here I feel the one Nigerian. You see going round and round, contribution, oath member, from this to oath member, no progress. So you see that it is the same way, like it is the same thing. So I'm saying this for the people who say we should not compare ourselves. Even in the court of law, they compare and they bring a case that has been raised before and use it to present their own case. It is being done. So the best person that I remember is I tell you, we should not compare ourselves. Please, we should make a decision and see the importance for us to compare ourselves and see the importance of what we are bringing to us on the table. Because what we are bringing to us is an eye-opener for us to know that our government is doing the right thing. If not, from our point, we might be thinking about how yeah, we can be good to an extent, but not to compare with what our government is doing now. We are holding it, just like our DM said, we are going to fight this thing multidimensional. We are going to go in different ways. That makes us unique. That makes our own unique. Other people probably live their own in this way and this way. So we combine all their own. And now we add our own strategy now. That makes it multidimensional. So please, I want to thank you a big thank you because it's not easy coming from work, doing research. I don't know if you think it's easy. Only of me online listening. You see the effort you are putting to be online, sometimes you be putting. All I have to do is listening. You cannot compare the person who is not making the effort to research. All the money go on higher. From work to work. So, that is how to contribute, my brother. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We move. Thank you. Nice one. Thank you so much. Yes, like we said, our line is open in case if anybody wants to call. So please, you can call to confirm, or also you can call to make it openly into what we are doing. So that is why we are allowing phone call at this time. It is also why we are doing this is also to know that what we are doing, that people has passed through that way before. We can use it to question the world, like what I am doing today. We can use it to do what? To question the world, for them to tell us why our own case is purely different from every other people that have fought for their independence in the past. And also to ask the world that this lie that was being told against us, is it not the high time that all of you understand that the lie can no longer hold, that the best thing is that the truth always come at last? That is why I'm doing this also. Not that I don't have, not that there's many things to do with my time. Honestly, there is many things to do with me, but what I am doing is giving me joy, and that is the most important thing to do at this time that we have made our declaration. And also seeing how other countries in the world made their declaration and how they work, and how they have saboteurs in their own, also to prove that there is no amount of sabotage of all kind can stop the movement of the people. There is no amount of sabotage will stop it. That is why it's important for us to know it on our own. So it can also give us the strength and the zeal, the joy to prove to the world that what we declared is on the line of what others has done before. If anybody asks us not to do this, then I will ask you, stop sending your child to school. Because your child is going to school to repeat the history of those who has passed out from that school. If you say stop comparing, then stop sending your child to school. Because your child going to school is to use her present or he present in the school to compare to those who has passed out there. That is when the boy do sino Igbo. No bro na ozo amara we ya le egba anya n'ọdụ. Ndị anyị wee go anya ụzọ esi echute mmiri ya lekeno ogbukoro eju ka ọ fụ ụzọ esi aga echute mmiri. The same people were na obu ụzọ si ite na bi ụzọ mkpọmkpọ ite. Yes, sorry, phone call. Madam Ngozi, good morning from here.
Good morning now.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Biafra, because why didn't tell you? I have a question to ask.
Okay.
I'm at work, so I don't want my Somalia friends to hear me.
Okay.
So I know I'm coming up, yes, because Somaliland, So as I went to work this morning, and anyway, I'm the one that brought up the matter. I'm asking him that Somaliland. I want to know about Somaliland. I just asked him to know his own opinion, because you can see the havoc they are doing in internet because of the Israel recognizing Somaliland. They are marching Israel flag and the rest. So he told me now, I want to ask you, told me that yes, Israel, how can Israel recognize them? And anyway, if Israel recognize them, that UN will not recognize them. I said, why? He said, how can a country recognize them? It's just a country. Then I go ask him, I said, but let me ask you, during their own time, is it not Italy that recognizes? Is it not a country? Is it not a one country that recognizes you? He said yes. He said no. He said anyway, UN will never recognize them, will never accept them. I said, why UN will never accept them? He said because he told me, as now Biafra, as you said, we want our country. I said, don't just go there. I just want this one we're saying, because you knows everything about these people. That's why, he's angry that recognition. I want to now, because I know that definitely UN will recognize the group. I want to ask that question so that other of our people will still know that as this Somaliland, that Israel recognize them, and they are not going to be recognized in UN. So that is my question.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, based on when I check about Israel recognition of the Somaliland and the UN, one, Israel is a member of the UN. That is number one thing. And when a member of the UN recognize you, then they will lobby and connect the letter of the declaration of Somaliland and also the other recognition. Now they will become the lobby that will submit your document to the UN, being that a member of the UN present it to their hand automatically. Now the 5 executive, which is Britain, France, China, Russia, and Israel. These 5 council executive will now discuss it. Then they will first do what? They will now, when Israel become the lobby of this Somaliland, now they will bring it in they will vote. Other members of the UN will vote. Then inside this vote
Mm-hmm.
that the UN members of the UN will vote, this 5 world power will not be included in. They will not vote. Are you getting what I'm saying? They will not vote. The other countries that made up of UN will vote. Once they get 9%, 9 country vote yes, automatically they have. Now after that one, now the Israel government will package this vote. One, they will package declaration of Somaliland, in which year they made the declaration. One, then they will also package the other recognition also. Now they will package the vote of all the members of the UN, give it to this 5 executive council that represents every countries in the world. Now they will discuss. What are they going to discuss? If inside 5 of them, if 3 vote yes and 2 vote no, you say, have you said that they have won the vote? Then, if they did not decide, if they decide not to vote, they can do what? They can adopt it that the member, the members that have voted is enough for them. What they will do is to inside Security Council of the UN, they will sign that Somaliland has become a member of the UN. So it's not a matter of them, because Somalia will be against it, because they never want it to be a country. Like what Biafra people are passing through today in the hands of Nigeria is everywhere. So don't mind him. He's saying that thing out of envy and jealous. And out of they never want Somaliland to become a country on their own. That is why he's saying that. So that thing he's saying, in that vote, Somalia will not vote in that vote, because they are the present country who is against Somaliland to become a member of the UN. So they will minus them in that vote. So no member of their country will vote. So don't mind them. This is how it works. That is how it works.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Because I want you to, as you just said this thing, all the Biafra, the whole world, they will hear it.
Yes.
And another thing that he told me, that he said, because them with Ethiopian, they're not in a good term.
Yes.
That Ethiopia wanted to build something, I forgot the something, no, and they're opposite. And now, why that Israel, that they hate Israel, because Israel will come and build something in Somaliland.
To protect them
Somalia
now.
people.
To protect Israel is going to build military armed carrier to protect their recognition of to Somaliland, in case if there is any attack from a country of Somalia, they will build it.
Yes.
That is alliance.
Yes, and the alliance, yes. That's why he said that they are not going to allow them to build anything.
He's a stupid person.
He's just saying it with
bitterness, with bitterness.
If you see the anger in this morning, bitterness, and I said, so I just say anyway, because we're in the Britain, if it's another country, I said, listen, when we're talking, don't ever put Biafra again in your own.
No, let him put Biafra. Let him put it.
I said because you don't know what we're going through. So just don't talk about my country. Don't ever say it, because I know that you people like killing, and don't leave it there. I asked what I asked you. You now left. I can see, because if you see internet, you see them, that all those people that don't want Somaliland. So yeah, so just say that you can see the way they are marching the Israel flag, talking ill about Israel, but the deal has done.
The deal has done.
We are still congratulating, which we are still, the Afghan people, we are still congratulating them. We're in line with our DPM, congratulating them.
Yes.
And the next one is gonna be Biafra land, and so shall it be. Nobody will stop it. That's why. Let me tell Biafrans, that's why some people don't like history.
Yes, now.
Because this is what you are teaching. What you are teaching, some of our people doesn't have the mind to carry it. That's why you see in your own people that is calling, we are not repeating instead of others to come, or people because some people doesn't carry that, some people don't have mind. Because when you're treating today, so when since I was following you, hearing the history, and it makes me to be so, I can't say biased. I can't say biased. I'm so hate this country I am. Every day I'm saying it in my mouth. I'm telling my children. Even yesterday, my children told me that, Mom, we're just praying to Kwakabama, this Biafra to come so that you go home, because we can see now that you, the chest is so heavy. I say yes, because what they did to my people, no country that will do it. A normal person, I am a mother that will just bear all those things. And I love my people in during the war, and we still continue losing now. But Chukwokika oh, you know those people. That's what I want to ask you. So, Biafrans, let us submit, let us support our nation.
Simple.
Make noise. Make noise. Our struggle this is night by this month and next year. Make noise. Making noise with your money. Donating. Making noise anyhow you want to speak. Open platform. You can use your language. You can use broken English. You can use English, so that the world will know that yes, let us take in charge of this social media, talking about our nation, flaunting it in their face, in their nose, in their eyes. Let us make noise. By next year, we will see the hand of Chukwokika Abiyama that we that will recognize. That person that's asking you, don't compare. I'm sorry for him. For if it's a man or a woman, I'm sorry for that person. That some of them don't want to hear history and know how history goes and roll. All those things that you're teaching, is it not okay? They denied us because of our resources, but they live in that African country 14, where they deny have their own independence. Why are they denying us? Because of our resources. And we cannot give UK any chance anymore, any British space anymore,
No,
because we have not the history. So may Chukwokika Abiyama bless you now.
Thank you so much. What do you say?
I
Thank
need
you.
mega coordinator. Thank
Yes,
you.
so thank you. Yes, we have a missed call from our brother Triple M. Let us see if he's still available. Oh, Ezebo, good morning. Thank you. We are live. We are direct. Yes, I miss your call. Let me return it before I further what I'm doing. Okay.
Thank you so much for what you are doing for the Biafra. Because for your now Biafra, I got the happy again.
Yes, I think so.
Enemy of our freedom. And even in the zoo, but then you said that I got happy. So why are you opening the eyes of these people? No, they will kick against it, my brother. Once you make a research, if we were traveling to somewhere, then a man on the address, DGGES.
Yes, now. Location. How much it is? Yeah.
Upon I got school, I got very research. Yeah, on I get research or what you got. People pass through that road and got the solution here there. For you to also do the same thing, they got made research. Because here now to be that road before.
Yeah.
Went to their destination on the map. So and you want that thing on your hand. It's less for you to do research to know how they did their own. Knowing fully well that it's something that you are looking for. Then I wonder how someone like a doctor say don't compare neck or don't compare nine. That is why that is enemy of freedom. That is why how you work with that history na zoo after academic curriculum.
Yes.
They don't want the idea no mana here on ground. I don't want British time because that is not here. Only to we are suffering. Why are we suffering? Can you maybe there is that history.
Ihe am na go today. I'm akwami ya o. And the man here ji weapon his Nigeria because of this Biafran war. Ka agara ịma ndị petrol lit. Amara m ihe na go before kwa mgba mere research and we nwoti yan nwanne nya we bia kusha on my West Simba today. I have to bring it out to my people to see it.
I am telling you, we will Biafran war, nothing like war, nothing like Biafran war. That is a war crime, genocide.
Genocide, yes.
Genocide. Okay, now let me break it a little bit down on this issue of Somalia land now. Okwa have declared their independencies.
Yes.
Now man do what have you?
Yeah, now.
Okwa the same thing like Biafra.
Yes.
British agaga 5 year go one opportunity ya the buy.
I have.
It is because over here you can be just in spaces of 3 years undergone and the ammunition. I know now about to know. We still change with the record of success highway. And you tell me that if I thought that Nandi happen one day, as you go to work, head of the high by now, where I can.
Here.
Oh.
British saw that is why they denied Biafra to become a country. Where Biafra this program, the lies are high crew about Biafra. And if Biafra becomes a country, no guy create many more countries in Africa. Now Biafra a country, Money create more 15 countries from that time to today. More 15 has emerged. 15 countries.
That is it now. You must give dog a bad name and carry the dog.
Yes.
You know, now how we are that in position us to the public domain. Man, how we got separate agenda and the mission had the for their own interests.
Protection of oil interests and the Shell BP company.
Yes. Yeah, all their own mission. That's why I had to say now. I'm going to I got wife, but just why shy. They are not seeing us. All their emotion, all people, that's natural resources. They want it.
Exactly.
They want it. And there was a man from England that says they don't. I don't know. I'm already asking the reason why they don't want Biafra to go because of their vast resources. They don't want another Japan from Africa
or another China. And another America. That is how they compare us. I got that message, yes.
All this is now. My happiness in all this is now. No wonder when they say Biafra will be the last black on earth. And that we have Lemela.
Now. People are
because now, they try all they could to stop our declaration. One day, I am Ife, Mayor, and document China. He also have bona propaganda. And when I find that document China reject, lie, or they possible.
Yes.
Because we broke from A to Z of freedom fighting record. Every record, then 6 year new one, the only template on this planet X.
Yes.
So there is no way any country has to the world Okramo, but more than where you can never resist it. So I will always tell our people, it is only the foolish ones within us, within our maho, that na here will go mine.
Yeah.
Or they make themselves as a willing tool. Ijina fight behind them, but they can't play.
Because now every country has rebel. Angola were rebel in their own time. What was Zimbabwe? They have rebel. So it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
So, like I said, if our own now, they a little bit similar like that of America, Peter way.
Yes, now.
What the similar that of America? We are cost. We are this.
We are not cost. History is repeating in a fighting for a new country. Yes. You must have rebel. You must have independent. It's there. You can't change it from it.
And outside that, when the country adequate.
Now.
Country adequate. If you Biafra, who a precious country, that's why you declare it. And the they have seen this right from consent. How do we not stop here? When I keep Azar, one Asha Agola, they have no other option. What makes them to say last time that na hang out here, na hang in return ego di Biafra everything during the Biafra war. Hang out return ya. Everything na had to here. Because someone na Biafra bela.
Yes.
And the Biafra I don't have a bambam. It will Biafra.
Yeah, I don't have bambam. When and we are not going to wait for 5 years though. If next year they refuse to organize us. One night, I next time keep us. How brutal we are.
My brother, our recognition under April this 2026.
Yes, for sure. I won't say much, but I have dig ground like this my research to see that the government is doing
well. Well, even more. You will see. Many things.
Yes, now unveil. I was thinking I told you now with my research, I begin to cry, tears of joy. Because of the one I see.
Tell us what you are doing. Tell us what you are. My brother, this is the same agent, the same thing handle with the master the channel. He say he bought transmitter. Show us. He has scanned us. We never know. Sure. Our leader had the pay for within 24 hours. Zoo government again consecrate here.
Yes.
One day, like keep us up. No amount of crime and the guys had they make it say show us. One day, if you don't see it, the guy he won't.
Go and
sleep. And we say any day you wake up and come back. Now keep us on. No more easy versus I got poor eminent or the whole. Now keep us on. Congratulations to all the Jelubian fans.
Congratulations, my brother. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Wonderful one, Triple M. Thank you so much. We have another one missed call here. Yes. Let us return this missed call. Yes, Shidubem.
Hello,
good morning from here. Happy New Year in advance.
I wish you the same.
Thank you. Yes, we are live for a very good one.
More than a congratulation year. My the money you pronounce that this year. And I buy a congratulations this year. You can have it that day. So, someone never can any boom jack and big potato, which are more. We're not supposed to wear worthy. So, Mary, Nanny, Mary, fool, Yala, but I get 5 nonsense.
I don't know him and them man.
I don't have time now. I block him, delete him immediately. I know that
I don't know
idiot.
him and them man.
That idiot to call Stephen or Stephen Ojukwu, the useless. Yeah, won the IPO with fake accounts. I know them.
Because I don't need it there. So after listening to him, I could be back there. Young pretty go
that is it.
He's in on my the phone.
Oh, they are normal now.
Anyway, I'm on my best. Yeah, stop on not told you.
It has been coming to my platform often and on for over 3 months now. That is how that is what he normally do.
I want not let go. My John boy out. My child at time one. My kid. No, I got a many USB media. I got time from the I'm like, I don't know. See? So, I'm telling you, good here. For how long will I continue that content? Yeah, that's rubbish. For how long? Your ATM, the ATM master, so get it. Oh, yeah.
I think and research him like which I won't say everything about it in the Basra movement. So okay, he's nowhere to be found.
Anybody?
Ah, God.
Any news that don't work with our media,
I am not playing it out. I am not playing it out.
Oh, yeah, but when the time be, oh, yeah, whatever.
Yes.
Oh, me book it up. I'm man, our government now, they are now educated. Hana Gigi every day after speaking to you now, their Christmas, I will pop an up Christmas, we will pop an agapa, like I did Mumurumaya. Or they go easy.
That is it.
Or do easy. Apple.
That is it.
Do IPO be Nigeria and be believe it. On a hammer of that, you know, the mother of the mirror. Oh, now you can need you.
How my quan? How to know be king?
Hammer. They know hammer. They know Maria Bo. That for what to stop what they are doing. See? On that will see? First, one for the freedom age. It's not the only doctor. Only the me and the end of where I'm by. Are you not mad? You see? What our prime minister did? Oh, pray, just our Biafra name, we got. Oh, we got.
Exactly.
Oh, about to be good. Monday now. I have a problem to be. I have a problem to be good. Now, I want to recall from the Biafra Nipoma, and he had a mate for noise, then a mate you. We they will not tell that I had a hoop. I know what you had. Because I'm about to be on in India. He over Russia. I will go all these documents now. I will go all my get to new country. See? I know she was with that referendum. That was a referendum vote.
Yes, now.
May 1 year before I wrote our convention. I can't go 50 million people. And then I say, what if 150 million if they go to some of them that people in Nigeria, yeah. I want to go. I would pray. Okay. Some of politicians now. I vote to that end up.
Many of them vote.
Many of them have vote. Many of them have you.
A leader in GOS voted.
Yes, all these people politicians. It can't matter now. 70% of them go to that referendum.
Yes.
How vote they voted because like ọ bụrụ na ọ na-abụ ọ bụrụ na ọ na-abụ na ọ bụrụ na ọ na-awụ onye dị mmadụ anyụ na ikwe n'otu anyị ị ga-amụ na ndị politicians ya na Igbo politicians ya for na anyị na-akpụ na many of them chọrọ ka mkpụrụ mmadụ.
Yes, but
mana because of what?
Ekage for ekage.
Mana because of what? They were tied down and
yes.
Many of them now say after Biafra more than one than people. After Biafra more than people. Many of them. Okay. Someone like Alex do now. Oh, well, go no, no, man. After that, go after that, now, all the member of IPOB, people run a forward. I mean, now, all that you say, that all this, they are this case now, on after the case, no, on after the from here.
Yes.
All because of what? On after that, freedom. All right, then see. Money will that. We don't use that for the will that. Man. That evil man. Where? Only mere Iran among Islamic ambassador Kunya may invest na Igbo. Only Iran. Iran and Iran. What was said also within the Islamic? Many about saying
I never against anybody. Our freedom.
Their plan is to Islamize us. Even they are saying it. No, but no, but no, the kind of people. No, but no, the kind of matter whatever. That's it. Hey, they are found now. What you can that issue. For God, obviously, the way it's put. Obviously, the way it's 4 more years. That ESL raise ball.
Yeah.
ESL Brenda. Fondo is what also. To me, we must just kidnap for ya. Pam. And the deal is that you have to get and then how we would ever but what?
Is that
our friend will do what? You do what is beautiful. Beautiful. Or this man for many checkpoints for that 24 last year. Many checkpoints here, many things here, road, Mandanas. Even not. Just still cannot get from Nigeria. There before I'm issue, before I'm Guleba. Or do how much you now, or do how much you now to over to Geneva last year. Because they are afraid. Oh, look at that. All is in do what?
for sure. No one they have.
Well, you see? Look at
No, that's why.
Under 1 month, across Nigeria. I'm telling you. Under 1 month. Now they will cross Nigeria under 1 month. I'm telling you. I'm going to be there.
We are going to prove it with evidence. We will not just say it. I have it already. We are going to play how Britain sponsored Nigeria with aircraft and everything.
My aircraft. My aircraft too. My armor tanker too.
Everything. Everything.
For all that, I will do that.
For 3 years with empty hand.
o mere ndo because o mere ndị gwasị ndị a na-agba mgbarịta ndị a pụtara n'aka steeti awa decentralization amị daa decentralization ime
ndị okoko
ọ bụ ihe nna chukwu abana ọ bụrụ na nna anyị ojupụtara ọ bụrụ na nna anyị ojupụ na omeri decentralization ihe anyị agaghị eru Naijiria tiye
mba na
agaghị ihe ọma nke ọ command both mana Ọnịcha ahụ all the places they are Biafra command dị ebe a niile anyị wee hodu nwa na ọ ewechiri awụ anyị nwụọ ezigbo equipment ọ bụrụ na enwere ezigbo equipment ewu Chineke m onye nọ na Nigeria ha ga agba ọsọ ọba ha akụ I'm telling you. So,
yes.
Man, I not governor. I think can never last this world.
That is what we are debunking today.
I still want to say it. The lie you people told the world. Look at this now. We have debunked it. They must answer us. Biafra, they must answer us. Because so on so now by they make a country of South Africa. Okay, first stop for Biafra. Many countries will put that, and the other one now put up like Amazonia, like many countries now in Africa no permission. Many countries in Africa no permission. Yeah. See. Mana but like one mile. Mana, I'm very happy in 150 That's very hot. This that they are getting this hot. They are very hot. And I give you money.
Yes.
So,
yes.
Oh, the format go up. Can send there. DC evil man message. That Yakubu go on.
He will be alive to see
Yakubu go on. Yakubu go on. We are praying for you to be alive and see Biafra. And I want to ask you, why are you not in your village today? Because you say that now, because after when our hero go travel that post, he come out and be interviewed and make mockery of our hero. That now that he will fight into the last fight. Why is it on it? So I want to ask you now, why are you not in Nigeria today? An old fool like you, 91-year-old man, you know, like a village. Oh, UK. What is taking him from his village? You're not on a village yesterday. What did you win on a day today? What did you win on a village yesterday? April. April. It's about April. That April must come back to you. Then they must war.
That is
April, in the planning and need to use to deal with it. April now, I need to be here every day by day. And you people quiet. Sapana start by you because I'm around my phone didn't need to do it. If we would get a you can UK.
Yes, not surprised. Everyone doesn't have one, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So
Thank you, my brother. We are moving forward. There's no stop. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was the tongue call of our brother Easy Way. It's been long. Let's see if Easy Way still have a chance or he's still at work. Easy Way, good morning from here. Good to miss. I want to hear. Chuko kabi wana nalo. Yes.
Most times you will teach up here, but I will mark go free here, make what the quarter. So this morning, only eventually join and why are you compare? I was joy like as you said, when you enter school and during the time of exam, Won't you go back and read the past question papers? Why are we reading past question papers? Is it not for us to pass?
That is it.
Huh? So onye nke ahụ ihe niile abụ gịnị ọha bụ mgba a na-agba kpatara na freedom ọ bụrụ na ọnwụ dị ise rebel niile a bịakọtara ọnụ more especially ndị akpụrụ onwe ha IPOB na ha bịakọtara ọnụ now that we have really cleared nwanne Nigeria enweghị ihe ha chi ọkwa ka America si wee bịa mee ihe ha mere ozugbo Nigeria nwere ihe ha nwere onwe ihe ha nwere eji efe udunwuo that kind of a thing that means that Nigeria enweghị ya nọ so ihe a na-ekwu ihe abụghị ha na the fear of Biafra coming ịghọtago so mana ọ nwere onye mụ na ya na-eme argument I think about 4 days ago ịghọtago gbasara this teaching niile emepe ịghọtago ịma through their teaching anyị na-amụtakwa because ịgwa gị nke bụ eziokwu most of all these things I don't know it until bido na-eme all this teaching mụ wee dukwe na-use my own little knowledge wee na-asach kwa ịghọtago because ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ how this teaching ị na-eme na ọ bụrụ na anyị bezi n'ihe ugo 247 ha na-agụsi ọnụ mmiri egwu ịma na anyị nọ n'isi mana Chineke ziputere gị for this and at the time of this o wetara gị so onye na onye ahụ ewere na-eme argument anyị ewere ekwu gbasara ihe argument anyị setara bụ gbasara recognition and ihe anyị ga-eme anyị enwe recognition anyị na-eme recognition ịghọtago anyị enwebeghị ebe anyị na-eri ego anyị ya like aka na Biafra land na asị na anyị ji ego anyị na-eme nke a maọbụ na anyị nwere ọfịs ebe dị etu a ka anyị si ekwu ka ezi recognize anyị ụmụ na-asị ya na ọ na-abụ na ya zụtacha ahụ ewee zọba ute
that is it.
so mana ịmagasị onye kara mmadụ mara and onye na-aka eme research nke at least ipu true life ihe gbasara na anyị eribebe our currency currently now na Biafra land ịghọtago so ihe itropụrụ light on it ka ha wee na-aghọta the purpose ihe a ga-eme n'onwere ihu ị na-aghọta my point
yes
so onye argument bụrụ onye ahụ ọ na-eme ya ịmaga ụmụ nka mụ na mmadụ agba mmiri ka na argument nna mụnwa ụfụrụ onye a na-ana nghọta ihe m na-akọrọ ya mụnwa hapụ onye ahụ ịghọtago because some people nwoke brain ha dị ihe anyị na-eme ihe a na some people ekwetebe na-eridiclare go Biafra ha ụfọdụ sị na anyị na-eme online Biafra.
Yes, now any country becomes online until he gets international recognition. Every country begins online.
Yes.
The history of Ndenka grow from Africa so far. Angola becomes online. They have office in online, start getting their people together, start using media, internet to preach to them. Mazin and the Kano becomes online. All online go to Biafra. So Biafra becomes online. The other way around. Because of disagreement of Aburi Accord that leads to Biafran war. Airlines accept that one because of lack of internet then. Every other thing now about every country becomes online. Our people, they very myopic in understanding. The thing is very simple. Namibia withdraw their own. They have government in exile first, Tanzania. From Tanzania, they move to Zimbabwe. From Zimbabwe, they move to Angola, which is in Angola can find a way declare. And when they declare their country, they do not have control 1%. I went to go here yesterday. I'll take my time yesterday. Go see. They won't take 1%. Otu and called asking, why do you need to have effective government? Saying that you will have effective government in exile. That is effective government will be able to have rent office on their own. They will register that office under. They will have embassy also. Register it under organization. Then in that their office, that is where they will go. The government will be going. Issue passport, issue ID card, issue currency. Why waiting for international organization for the money start to exist and get value? That not after when you have get recognition, they will now start issuing ID card and passport and the currency. That means there is no effective government proving otherwise to govern the own people. It's very simple. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
The same way I say, you don't need to control your land the 1%. Only document it by here. Okay, I go tomorrow or this evening. Oh yes, when people talk about controlling land 100%, second Ojukwu was be able to control Biafra 100% because he is the governor that is governing the whole southern eastern region before the war broke out. That is why. Then he governed it when the war broke out. Then he lost that control. That he lose from the 100% control before the war. Then inside the war and after war, that he lost and remains 0% control.
Sure.
That is why Nigeria was be able to reintegrate into Nigeria back. These are the things that are there for us. They now told you that you will be a government in exile. Depend on the effective of your government. That the government can get control, can get recognition without controlling 0% of their territory, because that the territory will be under dispute. That now when it's come to issue of a new country, now the criteria, they did not adopt percentage of criteria that is going to spoil a lot of things. Rather that they adopted permanent population, divine territory, effective government, and the capacity relationship. That is the fourth thing they adopted. Then they now ask you that you don't need to control land or territory. You need to control human beings. That is a permanent population.
Yes.
That you need to control human beings. So don't mind our people. Our currency will start working. Immediately we get recognition. There is two recognition, local and international. In Biafra War, 1960-1970, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu got local international recognition, which is African country alone, to recognize them. Now, the sake of the international community recognition, which is the highest international that the Chukwuemeka did not get in 1960-1970. That is why we lost Biafran War. And because of the work of this evil Britain I'm teaching right here today, that British single-handedly blocked Biafra recognition by telling African countries lies, that if you allow Biafra to become a country, that Biafra is going to create numerous countries in Africa. Today, we have 15 countries after the Biafran War. Who created it? That is why we are here to debunk the lies. So your currency will not be effectively on the international global stage. Your currency will be only you and your people that believe in that ideology of that currency that was being printed out until you achieve this recognition. You can achieve recognition in let me say, if today we have a agreement or recognition from people of Burkina Faso as an example, our currency will be working between us and the people of yes, and then also our passports can go to there. We can use and travel to any local corners, give us local recognition. Why we are waiting for this international recognition today that people of Somaliland has got it today? So our people, that is why we look at our people talking about this, our freedom. What is laying us because of the rules and the criteria, we leave them behind and be saying it what we think and how we feel, which is cannot go to the Biafra, because there is already laid down protocol. UN call it adopted UN Charter article that leads to a new country movement, no armed struggle. Are you not hearing it? If you refuse to adopt to this present one, nobody will give you recognition. You will not see recognition until so the currency is going to be there until you get recognition from any countries in Africa. You and them might decide to use, depend on the level of your currency, or the currency will be holding on until after Namibia declared the independence. They continue using South Africa currency until after 5 years of the recognition. Before they can be able to change their currency. Because why? They are still waiting for official international recognition. What of people of Mozambique? Mozambique, after their independence from Portugal, they still went ahead, continuously using the money until after good 10 years. Could you imagine that? So that is why when you see our people talking, because of we don't know all this, that is why we sometimes do blind argument, which is against what we are doing. And those who understand the rule of a new country will be laughing at us. You see, Biafra is also being this all this way because of things we do and things we say on social media. That is it.
Yeah, but you also should like the issue of passport that let's assume now one country in the African country now recognize us now, and we have passport to travel there. Since that Nigeria did not allow us to do anything, where are we going to use that passport to? Is it from exile or from Nigeria that we are exiting from?
You start because Nigeria embassy will not grant you to use that passport to travel. It's going to be from another country, like let me say, if you are in UK now and the people of Namibia recognize us as a country, then when you go to the embassy of Namibia to book your flight, then that this embassy is also in UK, then you can use the Biafra passport because of they have recognized you and your passport as a country.
Perfect. Now I understand it.
This is how it goes on international law. This is it.
So like if I want to explain to somebody, I will know how I will explain to you. Understand what I mean?
Yes.
As to clarify it for me now, if I want to, because from me he teach kind of but when I cover up people, because some people their head is blocked.
Seriously.
So we keep on evangelizing the gospel. You understand?
Yeah.
Because he made it very, very, very important. So I know if you because all these people now this our government like you only have about only no document.
Easy way.
Why can't you?
Easy way. We can never be a Catalan. Iman, the Biafra because it's because of history is repeating. Angola were their own people. How were 3 factions? Angola. Then America were 3 factions. Namibia in Africa were 7 factions. So how do you think you can be Catalan? All they are possible because the history must be completed by name with the rebel and Sebatu. As we are talking right now in the international global community, has to now once a new country is being declared and there is people that stood up make the declaration and they stand and continue on the level of that declaration that any other group emerge is what illegal and they are rebel. Can you understand what one is? My happiness on my research is that the right now that all my documents put out. Which is now, I am just trying to go try on my own, so I'm able to explain it very well about Ogen Kere. Now in America, when it comes to issue of breakaway rebel group, Ogen Kere not a breakaway group with Mamadu. So what are we saying?
My brother, I say this is because some people like I know like this, you have a program. In we never research that or not, or saying happy about AI, so could be here now. Some people be I believe we get like you to have I IPOB or not IPOB have to go really rice more money or which I have country and fight people. Oh, we are the member who have to go and want a money menka mind that
anybody who is talking to AI, yes. When I put this document out for them to believe it, because Mbiakwa has no Hendra can nago. Do you understand it? That is why I am looking for laptop seriously to start putting it on the camera so anybody can see what I am reading. It's not my right talk. And you can hear the English. Even some of English, I do not explain it the way it's being written, the way it's being written. I explain it in my own way that people understand it. In this country, this modern 21st century, if you go to a class, how teacher teach the students in the class? Is it not using voice to teach them? Is it not?
Yes. No.
The AI has taken over, and that is what every country use now to teach. In this country where I am, I have a patient that I am they teaching English. What they do, the teacher will come open laptop. Once he pull a history or a story want to teach, he will touch the voice. The voice will read this out, so the boy will listen to it.
Yes.
Because of useless and because of we are behind the world, we reason that way. Yes, this is how it is. And also the world by 2026 today, AI voice will take over everything. Nobody will have time to come and open his mouth now because the world are looking for software. The software now, when you download or write something, you give it AI or go and give it to avoid headache. People don't know.
Some people they blog. You say that okay, even I show way of like a computer imepe now can type or something now. If you have na voice, you know that can type room.
That is it.
These are the easiest way to do something.
I told you one thing, easy way. Do you know what it is? Now I know when somebody from America said that the Biafran people are holding themselves to be free, I believe on it.
Yeah.
Because of all these things we are talking. And the man said that if I can continue on this exposition of histories and examples and what I'm doing, that is going to help our people so much. That's what I am doing. Do you know that people of Bangladesh, after the creation, people of Bangladesh now, some group or some individual on their own sponsored people to come and lecture their people online about new country, and example of other countries they want to know. That wasn't enough. People of Namibia open school in Angola, in Mozambique, in Zimbabwe. What do they do there? They open school to teach their people the history of those that got to new country and what they're supposed to do and how they were able to achieve the recognition. These are the process. And today I have taken it upon myself that I will be on this way I am right now because I want to make a difference from what has been there before IPOB or until this day we are into. If Ma Simon did not read about it, today, if I pull up a document, I will say, so this is where Obato Obie pick up what things he's doing until you go in there. And that is why he can take the movement very fast to where we are right now, because if Obato Obie was be able to preaching, standing like IPOB and Mazen Nandekan, we could have never got to where we are today. But because of he followed the criteria and he read the histories of countries and see how they achieve it, that is why. When somebody talk about congressmen, who are the congress? Is anybody in being born become congressmen? No. The answer is when you and I have ideology of one thing, me and you will say, okay, you are the leader, I am a member. Let us champion our cause in this way. Now, when it comes to Biafra movement, Obato Obie introduced the congressmen. Who are the congressmen? That are the people, or even if you come to the 78 that's made up of British government in exile, and we pay offices. Those top offices, their officers become the congressmen. They are the one making decision. A congressman is ability for you to make a decision to other people to agree or to disagree, but they must come back to accept the decision you make. Now, in the congressmen of Biafran people, Obato Obie introduced people that they are there making every decision for us and implementing the law to us. They are also people that gather together under Obato Obie to choose that the name that we are going to answer is USB. Is it not adopted? Those 50 or 80 men who signed that the name is University of Biafra, they are our congressmen.
My brother, that is the thing now, because okay, look at it now. It's very, very funny enough. Like this mini scenario, aka on this speech, on this day that is delivering that is normal way of speech. After delivering the speech, what did he say? God bless United States of Biafra.
Believe yeah.
Something that you don't believe on. So my brother, you see this here tissue. You have written your name on the gold of Biafra. You understand? So what we are teaching everybody to know today, like me now, what I learned from your teaching, I have learned a lot. Knows that Dr. Ngozi Orabeze not on the right track. That is why since I started supporting the movement, we are the 1880.
My brother, it is not that Ngozi Orabeze is on right track. Ngozi Orabeze has legalized. When I read yesterday about government in exile after the declaration of a rebel, and I said, no, if you are told that the rebel could be able to control 90% without the document of the official declaration, that the world will not grant them the recognition, rather, Nahana for her as an rebel, as an illegal and temporary movement. But for those that make the understand on that moment and hold that declaration document, that they are the one, the world recognized as the authentic, as the original, that are moving the country's affair. So why are we panicking? Despite that, as I'm talking to you right today, our DPM and the alliance of the of Biafran people that stops Nigeria from taking Obatobia down to Nigeria. This the same alliance today has led this movement in many big ways. Do you know that when I make a research that I don't want to read the any Biafrans because it's secret, that I know how I maneuver to get a document from the source I got it from the app I used to got my document. My brother, after seeing this document again today, very early in the morning, around 3:30 a.m. in the morning, my brother, second time I have cried because of tears of joy what Dr. Ngozi have achieved. The Biafran document is in everywhere. The argument is going on. The lobby is going on, but not when this woman said, I do more than talking. I have also seen and a second witness to believe her. The allies of Biafra, those are very close. Our DPM, the government is using, my brother. They are so wonderful. Biafra has been achieved. Everything about Biafra has been legalized. Ask of this organization in America. They call them FARA, F-A-R-A. This particular secret outfit in America. Anything about Biafra has been legalized. Nobody can tamper anything there again. And look at the good news of it, that in all these things, Nigeria has been banned and put on a particular consign. The same word of a particular consign under international law can also give us recognition. Also, using those things that make it to be legalized is another thing that give us Biafra recognition. We are going home, my brother. Be happy. Be wasting. Be strong enough that we are going home. Seriously.
This 2026 in less than
Miracle is on the way.
Yeah?
Miracle is on the way.
This 2026. So my brother, you see it down.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ziwe. Yes, I see you, my senior man, Mark Greg. Good morning. I see T Nigerian Wine. Good morning. Yes, I talk lesser and I do more. That is our DPM. Thank you so much. So that is her word. What she said is truth. What our DPM said, that is what she is doing. That is what she is doing. That's what she is doing. So it is very important for us to understand we will not get Biafra without history repeating. We will not. It's a time to change the narrative. And what is the narrative we are changing? Listen to this. Why Biafra is not a country. Why British denied Biafra. I see you. Hey, my senior man, I see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I can see you. Thank you. So Triple M. I see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Why Biafra is not a country? We are debunking the lies of Britain by telling the world that if Biafra becomes a country, that Biafra is going to create more countries in Africa. Biafra is not a country. After 1967, from 1974, 15 countries has emerged in Africa. So when we ask the world, why are you keeping silent? Are you not seeing these lies? So we are the one to present these lies to the world through their document of the agreement of everything that has happened before us. That because of the interest of oil is why British lied to the world, to the America, lied to the UN, lied to people of Africa in general, lied to Commonwealth, that British are in control of Commonwealth. They use these people, UK, London, England. They use the people of this particular 3 states or these 3 countries or these 3. They use them to lobby to the world. Do not allow Biafra to be a country. But instead of them to say the truth, that because of we have interest in the oil, they now tell the world, Biafra will create many more countries. Now we are asking them, Biafra will create many countries. Under your colonial regime, you, Portugal, and France, 9 countries set free. Then 6 countries comes later from Namibia, coming out from South Africa, Eritrea, coming out from Ethiopia, South Sudan, coming out from Sudan, Somaliland coming out from Somalia, and the others like that. So what is this lie about that the world cannot be able to see? That is why we said, now that we have known the truth, nobody can start recognition, because the truth has been prevailed. And the truth come at last. After 1967 to 1970, 2025, in this 2025 era, we have come back to know the reason, the truth that are being hid, that the truth comes at last, and this truth must stand. In this truth that Mas Nnamdi Kanu build the Biafra movement by telling Nigeria, I will use mouth from the truth of, I will use it from my mouth to destroy Nigeria. We don't have time to listen to rubbish on our comment section. So let us play it again. Yes, it is a problem to them because they don't want truth to prevail.
Cold War containment. Britain wanted to ensure Nigeria remained within the Western sphere of influence. They feared that if they didn't support the federal government, the Soviet Union would fill the vacuum, which the Soviets eventually did by providing aircraft to Lagos.
Thank you for coming.
Diplomatic maneuvering at the UN and OAU. Britain used its diplomatic weight to ensure the conflict remained classified as an, quote, internal affair. Blocking UN debate. Britain and the US successfully argued that the United Nations should not intervene, insisting that the Organization of African Unity, OAU, handle the matter.
Do you hear it? That British, precisely diplomatic and proven, they block what? UN, they block OAU, they block America, they stop people that want to intervene in matter of Biafra. Because of what? Their selfish interest. For the Fulani, like one idiotic man that was here. That is the question. What is Christy Biafra question? How much is it even that laptop, my dear brother? My brother, this country where I am, the laptop is, the new laptop I'm looking for is just $950. Then when you transfer that $950 to the money of this country where I am, it becomes 300 BD. So far, so good right now. Please, the money remain $750 is what remaining, including the one our people has already been contributed. That is how much that remain. That is what is remaining right so far, so good right now. If I lay my hand now on it, I have receipt. If I pay anyone they send to me, like what I normally do, if Biafran send, I will go to that place and pay. Just change the money in BD. Here, if they send you 250,000 Nigerian naira in my account, if you change it here, it becomes 50 BD. Because this money of this country is too high. The money, if you send $100 here, it will give you 37 dinar. That is what it is. So you see that the thing, when you call it on other currencies, it becomes too high. But when it's come here, it becomes nothing. You know how much $900 is in naira? But to bring it here now, you are talking of 300 BD. From 900 down to, see how you break it into 3. Then 1%. You guys it open because this country, that is how the currency roll. So that is what is waiting for now. That is what is still missing. That's why if Biafrans really need to help, that is what remain, then the money will be completed, because once you send, I will translate into the currency of these countries, become nothing. $250, 250,000 Nigeria currency is around 49 BD to if money is high, it becomes 50 BD, 50 dinar. That is what it is. So that is why it seems plays difficult. Just continue.
Since the OAU was strictly committed to the, quote, sanctity of colonial borders, this effectively...
Then the Great Britain used OAU. They bribed them. They used them to do what? Try to talk to Africans that, we are not going to allow Biafra to come. Oh. If Biafra becomes a country, they are going to create more countries to African continent. Okay, that is the truth of everything that is happening. These are pure truth. So it is on this level where we are right now that you may understand that people that are not supporting to know that when you are not supporting, you have joined this group that never want Biafra to become a country. British single-handedly block our declaration, our recognition because of what? Because of oil interests. This message you need to like. If you never like the program, please hit on the like button. There is a 3 dot in front of you. Click on that 3 dot, it will open. You will see like and share. The more you share, the more the message goes viral. So there we know that we have understand, and we also need to let the world use our mouth to debunk these lies. America cannot debunk the lie. Nobody will debunk the lie. It left on us to debunk this lie. The way I am reading it out now, as I am reading, I am doing the comparison. You said that if Biafra becomes a country, that is going to create more countries in Africa. Now, Biafra is not a country. 15 countries has emerged in Africa. 9 under colonial master, 5 under secession, or 6. So what happened for the Biafran case? That is why we are here today, to do what? To make sure that we let the world know the truth, that we are not going to stop. That this time around, nobody has the monopoly to stop us, because it is our right as a people to govern ourselves. It is our right to do what? To do what we are doing. It is our right. So those lies that is holding us, now we have our own time. Now we have government. Now we have met every criteria of being a nation. We have the right to let the world know what we are passing through, for them to know that those lies is what we are here to debunk. Do you understand it? These are the things that we need to do. These are the things that we all must understand at this stage that we are into. Yes, I see you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Onu Emena, thank you so much. I see you. You are welcome. You are welcome. So, have it in the back of your mind that there is no other way except this way that we are doing it right now. It is our time to change the narrative of those lies of Great Britain, to prove to the world their interest. Please, if you want to support us, this is the account number. You can screenshot this. This is the account number that you can use to support if you decide to support me for the gadget, for the remaining thing that remain. So please, to get the laptop, because with the laptop, there is level 1 to go, seriously. There is some document that we are searching, but because of capacity of phone, we can't get that document ready. When you hear about those things, you will see the need to support United States of Biafra as we are country. Honestly. So, it is very important that we understand it. And also remember that our line are still open in case if you decide to call us, you can call us on number +9 7 3 60 51 337. Yes, this is end time, this is end point, where my brother, you have to contribute towards the government now. There is difference between a mere political movement and a declaration of a new country. Or the country where you are, if you are in abroad, check, type, which day did they make declaration and what was the process they undergo to get to where they are today. Then you will see reason why you have to seek continue. The same thing with me. From myself to IPO, from IPOB to where I am today. I am even in this government check. I am also contributing, even despite being here. I make my own contribution because they need everything. They need money, they need exposition, and it's our right, it's our fight to do it. When you are into farm, is the farm never finish? You will not stop until you get to the end of that farming. That is where we are. So God will help us as we continue. That is why we must continue to do what we are doing. Yes, let's go back to the document we are reading. Today, we want to finish issue of having countries that they use to lie against us. Then tomorrow or this evening again, we'll come back again today, because we'll come back again today. In some hours, we'll come back again. We want to discuss what? How Britain equipped Nigeria with deadly arms to fight for Nigeria to become a country. And nobody fight for us. We on our own, single-handedly stand and fight for that 3 years. That is why we must give Ojukwu accolades for what he did. Despite that one mistake, listen to too much advice that make him to allow us to be reintegrated into Nigeria back. Well, nobody know what the man say. And he wear the shoe, nobody is pinching him. I don't blame him for anything. All I know, he's the hero. He is the king. He is the president of Biafra. Nobody will take it away from him.
Guaranteed that Biafra would not receive formal recognition. The Commonwealth. As the former colonial power, Britain's stance influenced other Commonwealth nations. When 4 African nations, Tanzania, Zambia, Gabon, and Ivory Coast, eventually recognized Biafra, Britain dismissed the move as a threat to regional stability.
Is it that British even dismissed the recognition that come from Tanzania, Zambia, Gambia, and Ivory Coast? They said it's a threat. That Biafra become a nation is a threat for Britain because of their selfish interest of oil and gas. For those who claim one Nigeria, you are not a country, you are not a nation, you are a company. But we are fighting for a country the way America fought this Great Britain that never wants America to become a country. Today we are fighting our way out the same way Namibia fought against South Africa to become a country. The same way South Sudan. The same way Eritrea fight against Ethiopia. The same way Somaliland today fight against Somalia. That is why it's not a crime. Don't mind those fools that are gullible, making mockery on social media. Don't mind them. Do not mind them. We are here to prove to the world that this time around, we can't go back. We can't do it, we can never.
Because Britain refused to recognize Biafra and continued to supply the federal government with arms, they were often accused of complicity in the resulting famine. While the British public was largely sympathetic to the Biafran babies seen on TV, the government maintained its support for the blockade, believing a quick federal victory was the only way to protect British trade and investments. Would you like to
Do you see that? Because British refused to recognize Biafra and continue to supply the federal government of Nigeria arm, they were often accused of complicity in the Roosevelt famine. Why the British publicly was legally sympathetic to the Biafran babies seen on TV when our people, our children are dying. British closed their eyes and they allow people to die. They do what? They allow our people to die. So our Jelen said, this Somaliland that break away from Somalia still answer the same name. Now, wow. Yes, depend on how they want it. Maybe in future, they might change. From answering their own full name, they answer Somaliland. That is what they answer. So for we, because of they are one people, according to them, depending on how they decided their own, we decide our own the way we want. People of Namibia did not answer anything concerning South Africa. They answered their own the way they want. I allow them for the name they choose to answer. I use that one to give them recognition, to celebrate with them. As they are celebrating for the recognition, I give them congrats message. This is a pure truth. Do you know that because of Somaliland has never received international recognition, their flag, if you type their name, their flag will not appear on the international global community. But immediately that Israel recognized them, if you type Somaliland now, their flag will appear. You see how it works? That is why the recognition is in two ways, local and international. Population of Somaliland was 6 point something million. Only 6 point. If you want to use that, compare 80 million plus. No, now we are not the same people. Our own is very far in a big, large number. They are 6.5 million current now. That Israel done a recognition. Only, yes. So you will see why our own will not take time, because we are, despite one or two setback, we are moving. Listen from the beginning. Listen from the beginning. Remember that our line is open in case if you decide to call. Our line is open for you anytime you want to call us. Anytime you join this program, scroll on the comment section. You will see the account number you can use to support us, please, if you may. If you may, please.
Explore how other world powers, like France or the Soviet Union, reacted to the conflict?
Now, let's play it fully. Yes, they become independent. Waited for 34 years for international recognition. Today, their flag has entered on the map of the international recognition.
During the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970, the British government, led by Prime Minister Harold Wilson, was the most influential opponent of Biafran independence. While the UK publicly framed its stance as a commitment to African unity, declassified documents and historical analysis reveal a more pragmatic set of motivations. Britain blocked international recognition of Biafra for three primary reasons. 1. Protection of oil interests. The most significant factor was the massive investment in Nigerian oil. At the time, Shell BP, a joint venture partly owned by the British government, had invested roughly £200 million in Nigeria, with the majority of the oil fields located in the eastern region, Biafra. Access and royalties. Britain feared that if they recognized Biafra, the federal military government, FMG in Lagos, would nationalize British assets or cancel oil concessions in the rest of the country. Energy security. The 1967 Six-Day War in the Middle East had already disrupted Britain's oil supply. Maintaining a steady flow from Nigeria was considered a matter of national security. 2. The One Nigeria Doctrine. Britain had spent decades constructing Nigeria as a single entity during the colonial era. They viewed a united Nigeria as a for maintaining British interests across the continent. The Balkanization fear, the UK, and many leaders in the Organization of African Unity, feared that if Biafra successfully seceded, it would set a precedent for tribal secessionist movements across all of Africa, leading to the collapse of many newly independent states. Cold War containment. Britain wanted to ensure Nigeria remained within the Western sphere of influence. They feared that if they didn't support the federal government, the Soviet Union would fill the vacuum, which the Soviets eventually did by providing aircraft to Lagos. 3. Diplomatic maneuvering at the UN and OAU. Britain used its diplomatic weight to ensure the conflict.
Now, when they talk about tribal secession, Namibia, no, people of Sudan, I don't know one tribe people believe in one thing, it's not a tribal secession. Namibia out of South Africa is not a tribal secession. Eritrea out of Ethiopia is it not a tribal secession? Look at all the lies they level against us. That is why today we are tagging all the world to know what we have passed through and to see these lies of Great Britain. That the only thing is because of interest of oil. And my president, Mazdan Kano, said that we will give this oil free to African countries or the countries of the world who want it. Simon Ekpanjoko said, Biafra will not depend on the oil. We are going to build brand-based country. We don't depend on oil. So we are calling on all of you today to know that Biafra as a country, we ought to boost the economy of the world. Biafra as a country, we boost the economy of the world because we're going to give many things free to the world, so to able to be okay. Is it because of Britain that with the oil that we are going to build the most beautiful country in the world? And it's not against us. Triple M, England, West, and the Northern Ireland are they not one people tribe? They are, my brother, ask them. They are one people's tribe. It's only on Biafra. It's only on us. That is why we are mad at this Great Britain and the entire country who refuse to grant us recognition. Wales and the Northern Ireland, are they not one people? But today, do they not have separate countries? We never come to Europe. We are talking of Africa alone on our own problem in Africa. It's on our own that the proven tribes secession movement they want to create. Who create all these countries in the world? After you have denied Biafra, lied against because of your so devilish interest of oil, then you allow 15 countries to emerge. In that the same Africa, you said that if you allow Biafra, that they are going to Africa. You allow many countries to exist, and the Biafra is the one that being denied. Biafra is one of the tribal secession thunder that was going to strike England, UK, London is coming very fast. And anybody who is against us this time around, you shall never go free, because we have died enough. They have killed us. Enough is enough. We can never accept anything except recognition of the United States of Biafra by Dr. Ngozi Orabe's leadership as the effective government, as effective government that are controlling the Biafran territory, whether like it or not. And we are also giving a warning. We are not going to wait like people of Somaliland. We are not going to wait for like them. We are not going to wait like them. Because from 1967 to 2025, how many years that we are here fighting for our freedom? How many good years till today? And you think that we are going to keep silent? I am sorry that we are not going to do that. We owe you no apology. We owe you no apology, except that it is our inalienable right to form our alliance, to have our governor or president that we choose by ourselves under your immediate succession of external self-determination, not internal. That is where our argument based this time around. And we are going to do everything to reaffirm to countries that have recognized us before, the 4 countries in Africa. And we know that our document is in your office. Please endeavor to know that now it's not all longer under pressure being declared under military regime, but now it's with kindness, peaceful, that we choose with happiness, with joy, to make a real declaration of unite. We only try to rebrand it and give it a new name. We put the spices to sweet in your mouth when you are going to organize us. Organize us now and on your own. Present to any country you want that you have recognized United States of Biafra as a new nation that have emerged in Africa. Like I said, Our line is open for the phone call. If in case you decide to call, I see you, Deje Daga. Good afternoon from here. I am from morning to afternoon here. What matters is that this message must be passed. That is it.
It remained classified as an, quote, internal affair. Blocking UN debate, Britain and the US successfully argued that the United Nations should not intervene, insisting that the organization...
Do you see the argument of Britain with the United Nations? That nobody, even America, nobody should interfere. Because of what? Their selfish interest of oil protection. Because of their protecting their interests, their business, their company called One Nigeria.
of African Unity, OAU, handle the matter, since the OAU was strictly committed to the, quote...
That is why I am tagging OAU again. Please, you can see that everything British told you against people of Biafra then is pure lie. Why is it a lie? They said that we are going to introduce small countries and put some borders in danger in Africa. Who created 15 countries after Biafra? Who created these 15 countries after Biafra? Who created 5 under tribe secession? Let me put it that way. Who give them the power? 6 of them, as they are calling today. And it's only us that you come on us and you tag that rubbish. We are letting all African countries to know that because of they know that Biafra will not allow Africa to be keeping down the way it is now. That is why they denied all of you. The denier of Biafra denied all of you to rise up. That is why you are still slave to a white man, because Biafra will stop all Africa to be being slave. The only countries that are not slave right now is Burkina Faso, those in the land of Burkina Faso. Except that every other country you see today that are still maintaining that United Nations in belief of this and that, you are still under colonial master. You are still under slave until you join Burkina Faso and chase away all these colonial imperial masters that they are there to destroy and keep us down. That is why they keep Biafra down, to keep you down. Because we will speak. We will fight to chase them away, to have our own entire continent called Africa that are booming, that the oil from Biafra land will be used to build Africa, make Africa a better place. Then their own sons and daughters will come to embrace us. Instead of we embracing those we are better than. That is why we are calling all of you to organize United States of Biafra government in exile.
Sanctity of colonial borders. This effectively guaranteed that Biafra would not receive formal recognition. The Commonwealth. As the former colonial power, Britain's stance influenced other Commonwealth nations. When 4 African nations...
Because the British is the power of the Commonwealth, they are in charge then. Even the 4 African countries who recognized Biafra, the British threat them. British give them threatening of their life, but they stand.
Tanzania, Zambia, Gabon, and Ivory Coast eventually recognized Biafra. Britain dismissed the move as a threat to regional stability. The human cost. Because Britain refused to recognize Biafra and continued to supply the federal government with arms, they were often accused of complicity in the resulting famine. While the British public was largely sympathetic to the Biafran babies seen on TV, the government maintained its support for the blockade, believing a quick federal victory was the only way to protect British trade and investments. Would you like to explore how other world powers, like France or the Soviet Union, reacted to the conflict?
We will come back again today. Wait for us in a few hours. We have spent 4 hours on this live broadcast. If you are listening to all we have done today, then you will see the need for you to bring your Eje and Ejema to support United States of Biafra as your own country. As what? As your own country. They said to 1990, Namibia people fought without stopping for one day. Maybe our stopping was a mistake. That is why we cannot stop anymore. We cannot stop anymore. Please support the government of the United of Biafra. They are in many diplomatic movements, many agreements, which I will not mention. because of the enemies that are trying to say what we are doing. But I am telling you with full heart of joy that your government is doing the right thing. My government, United States of Biafra government, airborne, no surrender, no retreat. From me, from here, it is a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining me. From now, it is peace out.